Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's so good to see you again here on day 2. I'm Salwa and I'll be your host for room 2 today. Now, without wasting any time, let's start today with a bang. Enjoy learning.
Hello and welcome to Adapt 2021. I'm really pleased to be here and hope that you're enjoying this convention so far. Now, my name is Nabeel. I'm the Group COO here at Johan IQI, and I'm also the CIO, so I look after technology. Now, what do we do as a company and why is it relevant? Johan IQI is one of Southeast Asia's largest prop tech groups and real estate. What does that mean? We do everything around real estate and property. We've got 23,000 property agents around the world, mainly in Southeast Asia, but also in Canada and in Australia. And we power them to connect with consumers. So we've sold property, we've transacted property with hundreds of thousands of consumers. Now, why is it relevant? So to answer that, it's really simple. What our vision is to make property buying and selling a painless and simple experience. How do we do that? We do that with technology, like I've got in my hand over here. And one of the biggest technological revolutions has, of course, been the smartphone, as you all know. Now, what we do is that we put agents at the center of this entire journey. Okay, instead of the consumer, which of course is important, we put agents at the center because they are the lifeline, they are the connectivity between property and consumers, between sellers and buyers, between property owners and tenants, for example. Okay, so what we've done is we've powered agents with technology. Our cloud-based software is called Atlas, gives agents everything that they need to be able to do their business. Okay, now what I said was why you need to know it, because I think if you listen to this one point, it could help you to change your own business that you do and hopefully to be able to target what you might want, which is perhaps to become what's called a unicorn, $1 billion company. So it starts with a vision, okay? And our vision, as I explained, is to make property buying and selling and everything around it a seamless experience. So here's the next adaptation, here's the next evolution of where our journey is going to go, where our vision is going to go for agents. Okay, so here is when an agent wakes up, when an IQI agent wakes up in the morning, they have market news that will be delivered to them straight on their mobile phone. It's news that they've already subscribed to. Why? Because then they'll be prepared for the day of whatever happens. Here's where it gets more interesting. With Atlas, with our new vision, Atlas will have a virtual secretary service. And what this will do is it will tell the agent, it'll tell the IQI agent, this is your agenda for the day. But for any new leads that have been received over the night, for example, when the agent's been sleeping, it would automatically slot in new appointments for the agent so that the day for the agent will be much more productive. Okay, Atlas will give a checklist of the things that the agent has to achieve that day. Now, they might need to do training, they might have calendar appointments, of course, but they might have a lot of other things as well, which are not related to their professional life as a real estate agent. So Atlas will give a complete checklist of all of those things as well. Now, when an agent goes out and it's time for an appointment, what Atlas will do is it will work out based on their location, how long it will take them to get to their appointment, what they need to wear, the information about the consumer that they're about to meet. Again, because we want to make sure that agents are at the center and that they give the best experience to consumers, which is really important. Now, beyond that, now, when an agent gets there, what we'll do is Atlas will equip, and it already does actually, it equips agents with what's called a marketing center. And what is it that an agent needs to do? When they go to see a property, for example, maybe it's a property owner, the marketing center will give the agent everything that they need to be able to, for example, digitally get pictures of the property, to create VR 360 tours, to make a virtual video tour all within the power of Atlas platform itself. That way the agent doesn't need to go and call up and say, hey, can you come and take a picture of the property. Everything happens within Atlas, and that's where I think the difference will be. That's how we will really power the next generation of real estate agents with technology around the world. So using the marketing center, agents will then be able to be on the VR tours. They'll be able to create property plans, and not only that, instantly they'll be able to put the listings onto marketing tools such as social media or other property portals, as well as our own property portal that we have. So what we're doing is we're giving the agent everything that they need to be able to sell their property. Okay, now an agent's seen a property and they've got some downtime. They're having lunch or dinner or some tea, and they've got some downtime. Do we waste the agent's time? No, because what Atlas will do is it will suggest live programs that are perhaps going on. It will suggest training courses from the academy that the agent can then use during that time. Now, some of them might be serious, they're very professional focused. There could be live programs where we've got more sort of, put your hair down kind of programs, comedy shows perhaps, or those sorts of things. Again, it's about giving the agent what they need to be able to be the best property agent, best property professional that they can be. Now, they finished their academy. Now, while this is all going on, the marketing tools that they've used, the marketing center that they've used, will be delivering new leads, no doubt. Now, traditionally, what would happen is that an agent would have to tend to them. They see the lead coming in on their phone. They might call the person. Oh, it's not a real lead. All these things will happen. It's wasted a lot of time from the agent. Using the power of Atlas, Atlas will automatically categorize leads into hot leads, into warm leads. And for example, hot leads will flow straight to the agent's phone, and they'll be able to call the consumer straight away. Because what research has shown is that if you connect with the consumer within 5 minutes of receiving the initial inquiry, there's a much higher chance of closing that particular case, no matter what industry that the consumer is in. Okay, and then lastly, the agent gets home and again, perhaps they've got some downtime, but they need to see their financial status, because they will have received commission from sales that they've done or rentals that they've executed. And again, Atlas will give a complete breakdown of their financial situation, of the commission situation, what commission will be forthcoming soon, etc. Why? Because then the agent can plan their life. Now, a lot of this we already have. So we already have a marketing center, we already have a marketing tool, we already have a property portal, but it doesn't mean that our vision can't be improved. Okay, and what we do is we have a vision where we will build this plus more. And I think for your own business, for your own enterprise, that's the place to start. So we have a motto over here, is that we dream big. Not just we dream big, but we dare to dream big. And if you dare to dream big, I think you can also achieve that unicorn and that billion-dollar valuation, a company that I'm sure we all desire and look forward to. So I hope that's been helpful, and have a great time. Stay safe. This is Nabeel signing off, and enjoy the rest of Adapt 2021.
Disruption. Till 2019 BC, which is not before Christ, but before Corona, disruption was a word which was always used in the startup world and also with enterprise and everywhere, because the world believed that there is so much of disruption happening with computers, so much of AI in place, and a lot of digital transformation which was happening across the globe. But no one ever imagined that one single event or an episode across the world would change the way we look at disruption. Adapt suddenly had a new meaning. Adaptation suddenly had a new sense and new ways to look at. Each one of us pivoted and adapted to the new world that we live in today, which is more virtual or more hybrid in nature than it was ever before. Hi, welcome to the Adapt International Convention 2021. Last year also this convention was online, and what a remarkable convention that was. I really would like to congratulate the Adapt Convention team for curating this wonderful theme for this year and creating this wonderful platform. I sincerely hope each one of you is watching this and of course enjoying and thoroughly attending all sessions from the best of best speakers across the globe. So congratulations one more time, the Adapt Convention team. The theme this year is Beyond the Pandemic, the Tech Intelligence Revolution. I have been an entrepreneur for about 3 decades of my life. Yes, you heard it right, 3 decades of my life. And today I'm going to share some of my experiences of what has happened and how things have transpired from what it was to what it is today. Let's take a quick journey and try and look into what we do in the next couple of minutes. Today, I help business leaders and startup circles write exponential growth stories through personal excellence and workplace excellence. We all need to understand that entrepreneurship is just not by chance. Entrepreneurship is something you are really born to do in certain ways, in certain manner. There are mistakes we all make. I made a lot of mistakes, and I'll be very candid and open about those mistakes which I have made in the past. How adaptation and disruption can impact you and impact your businesses is something which I would like to narrate through a personal experience which I had almost 30 years ago. This is one of my first experiences, and I was into entrepreneurship for less than about a year's time, and I presumed I was doing well, but one fine late evening, I was sitting in my house with all my family in the living room, and there was this knock at the door. We had some visitors coming into the house, and these visitors looked something like this. Not a great set of visitors to have. 5 of these guys came and sat in the house and occupied the living room. All eyes were on me, and everybody wondered in the family as to what has happened and what has gone wrong. But I exactly knew that very moment as to why these guys are here and why they would not budge or leave without doing or meaning business. Hashtag living my dream, hashtag killing it all, hashtag I will make it, and those fancy dreams of fancy cars and fancy holidays and everything just blew out of the window in one single moment when I saw these guys sitting and they really meant business. I'm sure I was not doing something right. As an entrepreneur on very early days with all the dreams, I probably perhaps started something like this. And I think we all start something like that. We all have big dreams. Great product. Oh my goodness. I have something which is like out of this world. I have product, I have services which are amazing. And people are going to queue up to buy these products and services, right from ideation to product creation to market research to prototyping. Everything probably I have done right, and I'm now just inching closer to those transactions and to make a lot of money, and I'll suddenly hit scale and I'll suddenly become a largest, biggest sought after entrepreneur. Is a story which lives a little short at times, and I'm sure you have faced even these times where nothing made sense to you. I wake up at least once, twice in a week and still wonder as to why things are not in control and where am I going wrong and what decisions am I not making right. Entrepreneurs often go through this graph of being super excited in an hour and super frustrated in another. And there are things and there are ways we could probably take control of those. I'm sharing my experience in the couple of slides now to tell you what possibly could you and me be doing to be the best entrepreneurs we can be, and what would it require for us to adapt to the change which is coming, including the Industry 4.0. Asia should be the next hot seat for innovation, and all of the technology and the entire tech space should be shaken up by us, by you and me. And let's see what fundamentals drive entrepreneurship. Let's see what fundamentals really mean when you become an entrepreneur, and hope you don't make mistakes the way I, like an immature person, like person with zero intelligence and thinking that only singular transaction is all about entrepreneurship, all about business. No, I was big time wrong. One transaction cannot define you as an entrepreneur. 1-2 transactions cannot define that your business is running. Let's see what skills are a part of your DNA is a question you need to ask yourself. Like when I failed, I really knew that time, the first time itself, that finance is not a part of me. I am not great at finance, which means either I learn it or I outsource it. I chose the later. I outsourced it, which means every other business, even if today I have to start a business with one of you, I will always stay away from finance because I know I'm terrible at that. So what skills are a part of your DNA? Know your DNA, know the DNA of an entrepreneur, and see what skills you would like to pick up. What are your natural traits and what would you like to pick up? The first one, few ones are here in front of you, is creativity. You need bundles and bundles of creativity in you to be able to create that cracker of a product or a cracker of a service that you will give out through what you're going to do, whether it is tech product, whether it's fintech, whether it is education, whether it is SaaS, any product that you do, your creativity is what is going to matter, because how you approach things is going to matter. The second very important aspect is your critical thinking, your ability to think critically at every juncture, at every hour. You create a product, you build a product, and you now start looking in more critically as to how it can solve problems, which means critical thinking is thinking which is way beyond, way ahead of how normal people think, which means if my customer already receives my product or my service, does he fall into a problem? Does he face some kind of challenges? And if he does, what solutions does my product or service offer? Very important. Creativity and critical thinking. The third one is problem solving. Is my product or my solution solving a problem? Is another area which must be a part of my DNA. And fourth, of course, communication. How do I communicate with my vendors? How do I communicate with my suppliers? How do I communicate with my customers? How do I convey and communicate within my teams, within my own office, with my own organization? How do I communicate? How does my business communicate to the rest of the world? If I'm into B2C space, if I'm into B2B space, how am I communicating? Communication is, again, a very critical piece. I know a lot of tech guys are not so great at communication. Please understand, communication will always remain at the center of a lot of things that you do. Last but not the least, your ability to make some very tough decisions. Your ability to make decisions on the go. So all of these that you see on your screen, the creativity, critical thinking, problem solving, communication, decision making, all of these are and must be a part of your DNA, of the setup that you create. If you're a startup, if you're a large enterprise, if you're a corporate, or whatever you do, I think these skills will have to be evenly balanced out, and they have to become almost like your second nature. Your teams must aspire to get closer to all of these skills. We all can't be great at everything, but we can aspire to be good at a lot of these things. So, and congratulations, by the way. The important thing is, All of these are largely teachable, coachable skills, which means today there is a plethora of courses available on the internet, on the online space, and also otherwise, where you can pick up these courses and look at all of these very important traits that you should be a part of your DNA as an entrepreneur. What next, you must be wondering. It doesn't stop here. It doesn't stop here. What next? And what more? There's few things more. And let's look at these things. Your mindset is going to decide what you will do as an entrepreneur. A flexible mindset is very, very critical to have, very important to have, because you need to pivot from time to time. You can't sit with a problem for days, but you have to quickly pivot and be flexible as much as you can. The mindset, like I said, mindset will matter. And this mindset is going to drive everything that you do in your business. Going on to the next one, beyond flexibility, a lot of adaptability, which you have, of course, currently talking, and there are so many other speakers also talking in this convention. A lot of adaptability you will need as an entrepreneur beyond being flexible. The third area is seeing change. Are you able to see change? Are you able to forecast what's going to happen in the coming times, coming weeks in the industry as such? Where is the industry going to move towards? Where is AI going to go towards? Where is going to be the all sorts of prediction or predictive technologies going to go towards? It's very important to understand and forecast and see that change coming in. Also, innovation at a center of everything that you will do, or your organization or your startup will do, or your corporation will do. A lot of innovation required. Don't confuse innovation with creativity, please. Do not confuse innovation at all with creativity. Innovation will be, again, almost thinking on your feet every minute. Your teams must be equipped to think on innovation all the time and keep pivoting from time to time. Last but not the least, your ability to identify opportunities. Every hour, every day, every moment, there's an opportunity there. Your seventh sense, or the entrepreneurial eighth sense, or the ninth sense, if it exists, must point to, your compass should point towards that opportunity all the time. I'm sure your entire family or your set of friends or your own colleagues at your office or your startup or your organization or your corporation will tell you and will try to push you back and say, probably you're blinded or you're not seeing right things, but stay with all the conviction that you know how to identify opportunities. And I think these are all skills which will come very handy when you move forward in the world of entrepreneurship, especially in times which require you to pivot, which are current times, which are highly VUCA in nature, vulnerable, uncertain, and of course complex, and a lot of ambiguity there as well. 10 life lessons for all the entrepreneurs coming to you in these slides, which probably are so close to my heart. I have learned all these lessons the hard way. You don't have to worry to learn these lessons the hard way. Some of them you already know could be great reminders, and some of you should and must take from this session just now. So going on to the first one, here is the first one. My life lesson number one, you need to take all of these in overdose, a big overdose of all of these. You should carry all the time as an entrepreneur: passion, vision, mission, values, empathy, resolve, commitment, skills, attitude, and all of these. Especially a message to these tech companies. Techies, please understand, if Google was to buy you out, or if Google was to buy a service or an API or whatever, they might take 3 to 5 years of a time. But a larger focus Google will pay beyond technology or beyond a solution that you're solving for them is going to be on what kind of values do you practice as an entrepreneur or as an organization, or what kind of a mission do you have to impact global problems or global situations, and what kind of commitment levels are you showing? So a lot of overdose of all of this shows and must become again a part of your second nature. It needs to show in your conduct, and it needs to come into regular conversations that you have at workplace. Your everyday conversations at workplace must have an overdose of all these. So all of this, lesson number 1 with you. Moving on to the lesson number 2, which is more understandable with the picture as well, which says success is not linear. I'm telling you by 30 years of experience and experimented with so many startups and mentoring today so many corporations and so many business leaders. And success is not linear, or is also highlighted by another little example coming from the world of sports. Look at most athletes who aspire to probably win a medal in the Olympics, work hard close to anything between 3-5 years or 10 years of a time to reach that mark, reach that level, to now qualify to run that particular race or be in that athletic event at Olympics. And for all you know, they just might miss it by a fraction of seconds. The hard work and the preparation between number 1 who wins the medal and between number 5 who doesn't is pretty much the same. But success is not linear is all that every sportsman understand. Don't take it to heart. It will take time, but it'll certainly come to you. Success is on the way. Continue to strive for it. The third one, the whole world, I'm telling you, including your family, including your friends, including everybody, probably you probably in your inner circles is going to tell you that you're hopeless at a lot of things. You'll get these very small little reminders from time to time from your customers telling you that you're hopeless, your product is hopeless, your service is hopeless, everything is hopeless. But you need to continue to sing one song. And that one song is from 1979, Olivia Newton-John singing, "Hopelessly Devoted to You." Become hopelessly devoted to your startup, to your product, to your service, to the work that you do. Become absolutely hopelessly devoted. Hopeless devotion is almost like falling in love heads over heels and actually waiting every minute, every moment to see your beloved. Hopelessly devoted in love, hopelessly devoted in the work that you do. So move and shift from being hopeless to becoming hopelessly devoted is again a lesson which I would like to share. Moving on to the next one is your risk appetite. What kind of a risk appetite do you carry today? Ask yourself this question, very critical, very important. Sit down and probably do a risk analysis of your business. Understand, probably hire some expertise from outside, get a subject matter expert and sit down and understand what kind of risk are you running and what plans do you have for risk aversion. Unless you have a huge risk appetite, I am so sorry to say, but things are not going to move in a direction. You want to thinking of scaling up can never ever happen if you don't have the risk appetite. The bigger the appetite, probably the better the success coming to you your way. The next one, of course, my lesson number 5 is beyond your skill and knowledge that you have, your network is going to matter. I'm sure you've heard that phrase number of times, which is your network is your net worth. But I have the other favorite one, throw me to the wolves and I'll come back leading the wolf pack. Who's your wolf pack? Who are the people you are spending your most time with? Where do you spend your time with? Who do you hang out with? Are you going to startup incubators? Are you going to the startup mentors? Have you gone to the best coaches or the best trainers if you're working for a corporation or for a large enterprise? Have you seek help from subject matter experts who can probably give you a direction? What kind of a network? You know, a network is going to decide what you will be doing in the next 3 months, 6 months of a time. It's important to have the right networks. And if you don't have the right networks, you have to actually pen down and do conscious effort to build that right network. So make sure you're working towards your wolf pack. Mind you, the wolf pack is going to decide what you're going to look like in 3 months, 6 months of a time. So hang out with the best of the best of the best techies or the best of the best AI guys or the best of the best technology guys who can actually give you a lot of understanding of how things function and run. Lesson number 6, which is close to lesson number 5, says perseverance. We all have this someone inside of us who tells us from time to time, hey, just give up and just throw it and come back, and probably just don't pursue your dreams. It's all over. Hashtag living your dream is probably not going to come true. So probably just throw it off and come back. There are going to be several voices inside of you which will continue to tell you, just give up and come back. No point continuing. Perseverance on your journey is going to be very important. Perseverance on improving your product is going to be very important. Perseverance on improving your team is going to be very important. Perseverance on hiring the best talent in the industry is going to be very important. Perseverance on improving your service stack is going to be very, very important. So I think all of these things very important, but what critically plays a role in pushing everything into a right direction is perseverance and nothing else. Lesson number 6 there, and lesson number 7, keep standing, probably keep taking holidays like these and keep standing at the edge of the mountain and start telling yourself that my I can is more important than my IQ. It's easy to get frustrated when things are not moving in the right direction. It is easy to get very, very put down if things are not working in the right direction, if the clients are not paying up, customers are not happening, you're not able to scale up, you're not hitting the critical mass, you're not getting the right kind of clientele coming to you. It's easy to get frustrated, I know, but entrepreneurship lesson number 7 tells you your I can is more important than your IQ. Number 8, important one, again coming from my favorite Richard Branson, who said beautifully, he said, if somebody offers you an amazing opportunity, but you're not sure how you can do it or not, simply say yes, and then learn how to do it later. And what a unique message has Richard Branson given in these lines. We all do not necessarily know everything. Like I told you, 30 years ago, I did not know finance at all. Today, I have some sense of it. Today, of course, being an angel investor, I know I have to have sense of how things function. I need to know how EBITDA works and how it is calculated and all of those things. But if you do not know something and if you still have an opportunity, it's always a great idea to go back to the drawing board and learn and then now start delivering. Any next time you get an opportunity coming to you, don't wait till you know it. Just say yes and then start learning the basics. Which now takes me to number 9, which is failure is simply an opportunity to begin again, this time more intelligently. And who else? Again, I take an example of sports people. They work hard forever and ever. Most businesses work hard forever. You work through. Ask a student, he will probably work 2 years, 3 years of a time to appear for that one little exam. Doesn't get great marks. Doesn't mean end of the world. You still become more intelligent. If you fail this time, go out, play again. Chances are you will definitely win. This statement, by the way, was given by Henry Ford. I'm sure it was given 50, 70 years ago. And those 50 years ago, when he probably gave the statement, in those times, it was valid. It is valid even today. Lesson number 9 there for you on entrepreneurship. And inching towards my last lesson, and one of my very favorite ones is something like this. Please do not ape anyone and create your own identity. You are unique. Your product is unique. Your own service is unique. You as a startup, you as an enterprise, you as an entrepreneur are a unique person. You are just one single entity born on this earth. Stick to your uniqueness. Do not try to ape anyone because everybody else is taken. Because if you do, don't end up looking like these guys. With all of this, I think I really come to the entire end of the session, which again means these 10 lessons that you've probably seen with me are all experiences which I have picked up in the last couple of years, and all of these decades of experience pouring into this little time that I had with you today. I am very sure you've known some of these. I'm sure some of these must have been new for you or probably been presented in a new ways to you, but make sure you can carry back these lessons with you to become a better entrepreneur. An entrepreneur's job is just not ending with simply running certain transactions, like I said in the beginning. Understand that entrepreneurship is living few years of your life like most people won't, so that you can spend the rest of your life like most people cannot. In the end, my friends, I would like to once again thank the entire ADAPT team and entire team behind this beautiful convention. I sincerely hope each one of you can pick up some great sessions and reach out to a lot of good teachers, masters, coaches, presenter who are going to be at this convention. In the end, I'm leaving you with this very powerful thought. Please carry this thought for many, many years with you. An entrepreneur is responsible for a lot of things happening around him. Do not create the business for the sake of creating a business. As an entrepreneur, your responsibility is to create a business which is ethical in nature, a business that will run, a business that will last for a long time, a business that is responsible, a business that is sensible, a business that will bring about a lasting change, a business that will leave an impact. All the best, and have wonderful entrepreneurial days ahead of you. Thank you very much. This is Chander Sharma once again signing off, and all the very best, and hope you have wonderful times and wonderful years ahead. Thank you.
There are two kinds of individuals watching this live webinar. One who is trying to stop the waves of these unprecedented times, and the other one who's trying to learn how to swim through the waves. My question is, which one is you? You cannot stop the waves in your life, but you can learn how to swim through the waves. Life has both good things and bad things, and we cannot control our circumstances, but we can learn how to navigate them. This was me when I was 2 years old. My parents were very busy and is not giving me any attention and love. I experienced chaos, noise, and poverty in my life. I created a mindset and a vow that someday I will become rich, whatever it takes, so that I will have a peaceful life and live comfortably. My way to cope with life stress was through my playmates, going out with friends, imagination, and even talking to my toys. In high school, I tried my best to become successful by going out with friends, joining a lot of school activities, wrong relationships, and vices. I experienced a lot of pressure and stress during high school. I experienced sexual harassment, and then I had a boyfriend until I became pregnant, and sadly, I decided to have it aborted. All my high school and college summer breaks were spent on teaching piano to young kids so I could earn something because I wanted to get rich whatever it takes. When I graduated from college, I made sure that I will reach a managerial position whatever it takes to become successful. This was me last 2002. I was already married with 2 kids, and I was living a chaotic, crazy cycle that I cannot get out from. It has led me to a very lonely life, very depressing, to the point that I have attempted to commit suicide not only once but thrice. I was striving in a very painful way, to the point that I am no longer portraying the authentic me. I have created a persona that will cover up everything, the loneliness, the pride, and the emptiness in my heart. I was no longer authentic. How skillful are you to navigate through the storms of your life, to the point that you will thrive through uncertainties and in unprecedented times? Do you have resilience? There were a lot of emotional issues in my life, and I did not have the skills to manage my challenges. Most of us never really learn the skills that we need to navigate through our challenges. And so I realized that the skills that I will teach you today is not just for adults. It's for all of us to know, including our children, the young ones. I realized I do not want to put my tears, my pain, and experiences to waste. That's why I researched and learned different studies on how to develop resilience, and this is what I'm going to teach you, not the scientific terms, not the psychological terms, but I will simply teach you practical strategies. I learned that once we go through trials and really difficult times, we have the capacity to not just bounce back, but to go beyond. This is what we call the post-traumatic growth or the positive growth. It basically means that our brain has the capacity to grow, which means that when we experience difficulties in life, we can adapt, and afterwards we grow further, we improve ourselves. However, not all are able to do that correctly. Not all of us develop resilience. Some of us go into the trap of coping mechanism or coping skills. And that coping skills usually put us in a box or a cycle called crazy cycle. Here is our mask strategy to build resilience. First is letter M, mindset of optimism. I created a paradigm shift of how I see life. I now look forward to the eternal life. That's why I learned how to see my challenges here on earth as temporary. But most people see all their challenges as permanent, and that mindset makes them feel depressed, entertain fear, and even anxiety. Optimism is not about sugarcoating everything. It's about being a realist, and we look at things as they are and not worse than they are. For example, let's avoid using always and never. People who are in hard times, they tend to use always and never. So instead of saying, I always fall off my diet, just say, I fall off my diet when I eat out. That's an optimistic statement. Another example, instead of saying, I will never get out of my financial woes, just say, I have not paid my monthly dues. And instead of saying, I will always be sad, just say, I feel sad today. Next is letter A, always process difficult feelings. When you express your difficult emotions, you become better and not bitter, healthier and happier. So when you are having a bad day, get a journal and write everything that you are feeling for 15 minutes, and you can do this from 3 to 5 days. So when you run out of things to say, write it again. It's not a diary. You can write it again and again and even delete it. Or if you're not doing it in a journal, you can also type it in your tablet, in your cell phone, or even in your laptop, then delete it again. The exercise here is just to write everything that you are feeling. Next is explore what you have written and reflect on it. Ask yourself the following questions. What is about this that upsets me so much? What is it that I need to do to feel better? Then afterwards, you might find out that there is something that you can do. Or sometimes there is nothing you can do. So you can change your question by asking instead, how can I soothe myself in the middle of the fact that I cannot do anything anymore? Next is letter S. Stay connected. Study shows that a person who stays connected are 10 times more happier and less likely to be depressed. Several truths found in the Bible reveals that we were created to have a relationship with God and with other people. So no one among us was designed to live alone. There are many scientific and even psychological studies proving that staying connected is very important. And to simplify it, it says that when we stay connected, the calming part of our nervous system kicks in. So the question is, how do you get more connected in life? I found out that you really need to connect with other people at least once for every 3 weeks. So how do we do it? We do it either face-to-face or what we are usually doing now, which is virtual meetup or even a call. You need to find a support system, a support group, or at least regular friends whom you can call to and friends whom can serve as your accountability partners. And by the way, connections are not just for humans. It can be furry. You can have a pet. You can have your dog, your cat, or whatever pets you have in mind. But you will see the difference that when you are able to talk with them, cuddle them, play with them, take care of them, you are happier, cheerful, and even peaceful. Last but not the least is letter K. Know what to focus on. Focus on being positive and being present. When we focus on a specific small thing and not the whole thing, what happens is we tend to zone in and magnify that small thing. So let's do a little experiment. Right now, I'd like you to focus looking for any item there in your house or where you are located now that is color green. Like this one, color green. Focus, zoom in. Look for one item that is color green. Come on, let's do this. Let's have this fun activity. Okay, so look for that one small green, or whether it's big or small, at least color green, and focus on that. Just focus on that, okay? All right, just be with me. And then, close your eyes now. Let's close our eyes for at least 30 seconds, still remembering that small thing that is color green. Green, huh? Don't forget. Close your eyes, 30 seconds, and then 15 seconds. Try to recall, how does it look like? What's the form? What is this item? Zone in and magnify that green colored item. Then, let's all open our eyes. There. Now, right at this moment, I want you to recall all the other things that are colored red and blue and even white that you remember seeing during the time that I asked you to focus on the color green item. Can you remember them? Can you remember them? You cannot, right? Because you have focused on one specific small thing and we magnified it, we remembered it, we recalled it, rather than focusing on the so many things around you. We can apply this activity in building resilience by doing a gratitude journal. We focus on being grateful. So how do we do that? You list down every day. Really make a journal intentionally. List down at least 5 things that you are grateful for the day. Just like what I asked you to do earlier, we focus on the item that is color green. So because of that, you are not able to notice anymore the others that are color blue, color red, and even color white. So same in this activity, let's focus on just writing down all things that you are grateful for. Come on, let's do it now. Just 5 things. Write 5 things that you are grateful for. So why am I teaching you this gratitude journal? Do you know that study shows, by default, we remember easily the negative things that happen in our life, even the negative traits of our friends and other people. So we cannot zone in something that we are usually seeing in general. The gratitude journal will now help you zoom in, zone in, and magnify those things that we are grateful for, so that eventually the negative thoughts will be eradicated in our system. And this one will help us build resilience. So before, I used to write these things. My finances are depleting fast. I did a favor for a friend and she took me for granted. I couldn't find a lot of speaking engagements. I'm not good in cooking. I have so many big taxes to pay. But when I began writing my gratitude journal, this is what I have been writing. Thank you for waking up in the morning. Thank you for a comfortable bed. Thank you for the freedom to study the Bible. Thank you for the generosity of my friends. Thank you to my supportive family. A good weather, loving dogs, my followers in social media, a fast internet, and fresh vegetables and fruits. So if you would like to give this a try, do this for the next 21 days and intentionally write down at least 3 to 5 things that you are grateful for the day. And I urge you to really look for the smallest things that you are grateful for, because our life has really lived in those small moments. So in this strategy, we are beginning to look for things that are going well with our life and not the negative things that are consuming us. So now you might tell me, Toni, are you teaching us to just brush off or put all our challenges under the rug? No, I'm just asking you to be positive. When we see the negative things, let's magnify the small positive things that are happening around us. Then, now how to focus on being present. Let's not dwell on the past and even worry about the future, because the future will not even add years to your life. And when you are able to focus on the present, amazing things happen to you. You heal faster, live longer, recover from disease better, but you are also more likely to be calmer, relaxed, and more peaceful. And in order to do this, you have to be present. And how to be present is to trust the unknown to our big God. You can only stay in the present when you are able to lift up everything that you cannot control to God and trust His timing, His ways, and not your timing and your ways. You cannot stop the waves in your life, but you can learn to swim through the waves. Before I end my talk, I'd like to tell you one truth that I learned in life. This is the truth that I have no power, that you have no power. So we can learn how to swim through the waves, but we do not have the power to swim. Did you get that? That's why we need God, our Almighty Father, to enable us and sustain us through the Holy Spirit, to apply those skills these life skills that I have taught you. So together with God, let's all apply the mask strategies to build the power of resilience in you. So this is our mask strategies to build your resilience. Mindset of optimism. Always process difficult feelings. Stay connected and know what to focus on. Resilience is learning how not to fall down, but it is learning how to get up and have a positive growth. Please follow my website at www.toni.ph and www.radiance.ph. Also follow my social media accounts at Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at Toni Miranda PH, as well as at Radiance Image. And surprise, I will be giving you a free ebook. Please just go to this link to avail your free ebook. Thank you so much for inviting me. God bless you all.
Hello, thank you for being with me today, and my name is Johan, and today I'm going to share with you how you can build your personal brand on LinkedIn. And in the year 2020, I was listed as the 100 most inspirational LinkedIn icon in Malaysia you should follow. And because of that, a lot of people ask me, Johan, how do you build your personal branding? And to be honest, during the pandemic, when it is this lockdown, our industry was being badly affected, especially the training industry. And luckily, because of I have built my personal brand, I managed to survive. I managed to not only survive, but thrive throughout this pandemic because of certain strategy that I used in order for me to develop my personal branding. And because of that, I created some workshops, and I've seen people having great results out of developing their personal brand on LinkedIn. So today, what I'm going to share with you is I'm going to share with you on how you can build your personal brand on LinkedIn. So I would like to start with this quote. If people like you, they will listen to you, and people trust you, they will do business with you. So I personally feel that LinkedIn is one of the best platform for you to build trust with your potential customer, with your potential clients, because of the professional platform that LinkedIn provide. And it has helped me, it has helped a lot of my participants in building business online using the LinkedIn platform. So what does personal branding really means? Without a brand, you are just a commodity. And when you are a commodity, your value will be determined by the market price. I don't know about you, but I don't like to be valued based on the market price. I want people to value me based on the value that I can provide to the marketplace. So the only way for you to distinguish yourself as compared to your competitor, as compared to other people in the industry, is for you to develop your personal brand. And how can you be stand out? And this is what LinkedIn have to offer. And let us distinguish what does it mean by having personal branding. So there are different. It's different between selling and also branding, and a lot of people using social media for selling purposes. And when you in social media for selling purposes, that's where there's a lot of advertisement asking you to sign up now, asking you to do certain things now. But today what I'm going to share with you is how can you build branding. And branding is not selling. Branding is what I call social selling. And many years ago, one of my friends shared with me, he said that, Johan, people buy from people whom they know, they like, and they trust. So social selling is all about building a step by step to get people to know you first, and then to get people to like you, and then to get people to trust you. And once they trust you, they want to do business with you. So the key of building a personal brand is all about developing trust, because if you cannot demand trust, you can only develop trust. And my mentor shared with me that you 3 principles of trust. Trust is, number 1, reciprocal. So you have to give trust first, then only you can earn that trust. Trust can be felt. So that's why you have to be authentic. If not, then people can sense what you want to get out of them. So, and trust is both given and earned. So, here's my personal branding framework. Number 1 is to get people to know you, to know who you are, to know what you do, to know what you can offer. And secondly is to get people to like you. So you know that they like you when they start to interact with you. And number 3 is to get the people to trust you. And when there is a deeper level of connection, that is where people started to trust you. And hopefully by then, people want to collaborate with you. People wanted to do business with you. So this is the strategy that I've been using to get people to know you, to get people to like you, to get people to trust you, and then only you take the relationship to the next level, to business level. So that's the distinction between selling and branding. Selling is all about ABC, always be closing. But when we build personal branding, it is not about close, but it is all about providing value and expecting nothing in return. So how can we provide a lot of value and expect nothing in return so that we can build our reputation on LinkedIn? So I'm not going to dive deep on how to register account on LinkedIn. I assume that you can register your account on LinkedIn and get your profile on All Star. But what I'm going to do today, with the limited time that I have, is to share with you 3 strategies on how you can build personal branding on LinkedIn. Okay, strategy number 1 is to increase your connection. So how can you increase your connection? So I like to start with a quote by Robert Kiyosaki. So he says that the richest people in the world look for and build networks. Everyone else look for work. So what does it mean by that? It is not about, yes, we have to work, because of even in building network, we have to work because of that. So the word work there is still there. You cannot, it is not about net sitting. It is not about net waiting. It is about networking. So you have to do work, but you have to build your network. So LinkedIn, what is the platform that they call the professional networking site. So in other words, how can you build that network on LinkedIn? And if you know nothing about network, I'm going to share with you one lesson from the Metcalfe law. So this is engineering, because I studied engineering last time. So they says that the economic value of a network is equals to number of users square. So what does it mean? In a simple word, the more network that you have, the more numbers of network that you have, the more numbers of connection that you have, that is the square of it will determine the value of your network. So in other words, you have to increase your network. First step is to increase your network on LinkedIn. LinkedIn and Facebook are different, and I believe that so many people are familiar with other platform, Instagram, but let me compare with Facebook, because I believe a lot of you will have Facebook. One thing about Facebook is friendship-based connection, whereas LinkedIn is professional-based connection. And what do I mean by that? On Facebook, we are friends. So you can look at someone who you already know, then it becomes your friend, and someone who you don't know, you have to add them as your friends. So imagine if you have to add someone as your friends, and if you are not their friends, chances are they might not want to approve you. But it's different on LinkedIn. LinkedIn, we don't call them friends, we call them connections. And because of the terms connection, and because of the professionalism in LinkedIn, you don't have to know them personally in order for you to connect with someone. So what you need to do is actually to expand that connection from people within your industry, make that introduction and approach people so that you can increase your connection. So on Facebook, you can only have 5,000 friends. If more than 5,000, they call followers. But on LinkedIn, you can have up to 30,000 connections, and your connections might not necessarily be your friends. So step number 1, go and connect with as many people as possible, and you want to make this connection relevant, not just adding them blindly, but make them relevant because of you. This is your target market, or this is your people that might be interested within your industry. So step number 1, add connection so that people will know you. Okay, second strategy is to get people to like you. This is where once you connect with them in your LinkedIn platform, so what you're going to do is we're going to engage with them, start to talk to them. There is one famous book, influenced by Dr. Robert Cialdini. So he mentioned about the first principle, reciprocity. So what does reciprocity means? If I do something good to you, chances are you wanted to do something good to me back, to reply back, return that favor. So that is what reciprocity is all about. So same principle goes on LinkedIn. If you want people to interact with you, you have to interact with them first. So interaction number 1, what we can do is by reacting to their postings. So look on daily basis, go to LinkedIn, your LinkedIn wall, and start to react. So if you look at Facebook reaction, is all about one keyword: emotions. Emotions. Why? Because of when you are with friends, you can use all these kind of emotions. You laugh at them, you like them, you love them, you sad, anger, and things like that. But on LinkedIn, because of it is a professional platform, you can see the reaction is different. Like, celebrate, love, insightful, curious. So that is why the content on LinkedIn is supposed to be tailored professionally, so that when you achieve certain milestone on LinkedIn, for example, celebrate. Or when people give some thoughts, you feel that's what is insightful. Or probably if it is against what you believe, you can use that curious function. So first key is actually to react to people's posting. The more you react, the more people will notice you, start to notice you. So that's number 1. But number 2 is, more importantly, is also for you to start engaging with your connection. Comment on their postings, participate in a discussion, and also once in a while you want to tag them in your post. Imagine someone tag you in your post, and then they say something good about you, they promote you, they tell people how positive you are, how great you are, how you have helped them. So how would you feel? Do the same thing to your connections, and they will feel the same thing. They will feel appreciated, they will feel recognized, and that's where you started to build that second step, which is to get them to like you. So the third step, the third strategy is to get people to trust you. So my take on that is actually to create a post that can spread. So to create a post that people can relate, people can resonate, so that will increase the trust level with you. So before we talk about postings, let's talk a little bit about LinkedIn algorithm. So LinkedIn algorithm, what you need to understand, there are three key areas that you need to understand. Number one, LinkedIn will define you based on your identity, who you are, where do you work, what is your skills, who are you connected with. So that's why you need to connect with the right people. So don't connect randomly, connect with the right people, because of based on that, LinkedIn will try to guess who you are at the core. Okay, number two is LinkedIn will identify what content did you like. So that's why when you like content, like on the content that probably resonate with you. So for example, like I like leadership topic. So whenever I read leadership posts, I will comment. So LinkedIn will know that I like this kind of content. So in future, what will happen is LinkedIn will give me more and more of that type of content. So LinkedIn will identify what types of language, what types of topics, what types of people. So they will give you more and more based on this personalization. So that's why when you wanted to comment, when you want to like, make sure that it is something that relevant to you. And number three, LinkedIn also will identify your behavior. Okay, based on this, LinkedIn will give relevant content to you, and LinkedIn will give relevant content to others as well. So that is why you want to create something that is relevant to your industry, not just relevant overall, relevant to your industry, so that you will attract the right people to view your content. Use the right keywords, use the right messaging, use the right tag the right people, so that things become relevant to your industry. And LinkedIn will reward those who can provide great content. So that's why the organic reach is all about the quality of your content. So you might want to create content that is quality enough so that it will reach more and more people, even not within your circle of connections. So I personally believe that if you wanted to build a post that spreads, you need to share stories, and several tips or principles that I want to share with you. Your story must be, number one, authentic. Be as vulnerable as you can. Number two, you wanted to share stories that establish credibility and also that will build trust, so that people don't have to second guess you. Number three, share your thoughts, because your thoughts will determine who you are. Share something that starts provoking, some realization, probably once you sit and then you think about certain things and you realize about certain things, share it on your postings as well. Number four is to provide values by sharing practical tips, practical lesson learned, or probably some relevant quotes that probably resonates with you. And number five, you wanted to put a little bit of emotions in your postings, because of, even though it is a professional platform, because of people will move based on the emotions that you portray. And number six, this is what I call selling without selling. You might want to include Trojan horse. So meaning that you wanted to package the selling messaging within that story, so that it doesn't sound like really selling. So here are the three ways how you can create posts that spread. Number one, share your journey and share your journey with lessons with it. So here's my sample of postings. I shared my journey. I was an engineer. This is what I realized as an engineer. And this kind of posts really get a lot of attraction. People react, people comments, and it reaches a lot of people. Share your thoughts, especially when you have something that's thought-provoking, and provide some context so that people can think about your thoughts as well. So these are some of my thoughts that comes to my mind, especially when I read other people posting. I shared my thoughts, and it gets a lot of reactions, again comments, and it reach a lot of views. Imagine if you are on Facebook, how much you need to pay in order for you to get this 20,000 views. On LinkedIn, because of the organic reach, it is possible and it is free of charge. Use some of the celebrity figure in order for you to build that credibility as well, and it spread. Number 3, share what you do, and put some caption and inspiration. So I'm a trainer. I wanted to promote myself as a trainer. So if I tell people I'm a trainer, I do this, I do that, I provide the best training in town. So that sounds a little bit more like selling. So what I try to do here is actually I try to position by sharing stories. So these people tell what I do without really like pushy, salesy. It builds credibility, and if people are interested with my services, they started to contact me. And you also want to tell people what's about your services. So for in this example, I want to tell people that my trainings are fun. So I put some pictures of I'm on my training platform. You also wanted to share people your progress. What do you do on daily basis? Because of this is the fastest way for you to develop trust. So there you go, my 3 strategy. Number 1, you can get people to know you by increase your connection. Number 2, you can get people to like you by engage with your connection. And number 3 is to create posting that spread so that you can build that trust, and when people trust you, people want to do business with you. So without a brand, you are just a commodity. So build your brand now, because of you don't know when you need it. And with that, I would like to thank you, and don't forget to connect with me on LinkedIn, and you can search Johan Irwan Kamarozaman, and I look forward to connect with you. With that, I thank you.
Mình là Duyen, hiện nay là giám đốc kinh doanh của IQI Việt Nam. Thì hơn 6 năm làm nghề, điều mà làm cho Duyen tâm đắc nhất là Duyen đã xây dựng thành công cho mình cái thương hiệu cá nhân với những cái dấu ấn và những cái đặc trưng riêng trong thị trường bất động sản này. Và Duyen đã nghe rất là nhiều những câu hỏi đại loại như là liệu cái thương hiệu cá nhân có thực sự quan trọng với một người môi giới bất động sản chuyên nghiệp hay không? Rồi cái thương hiệu cá nhân đó có thực sự giúp cho bạn mang đến những cái giao dịch thành công với những cái giá trị cao hay không? Hay là cái việc xây dựng đội nhóm kinh doanh có thực sự cần đến một thương hiệu cá nhân hay không? Rất là nhiều câu hỏi có cái chất giống như vậy. Và hôm nay Duyen rất vui vì có cái cơ hội được chia sẻ những cái kinh nghiệm và những cái trải nghiệm của Duyen trong cái quá trình mà Duyen xây dựng cái thương hiệu cá nhân của bản thân mình. Và hope you like it. Ở thời điểm bây giờ thì đa số các khách hàng của Duyen đến từ những cái trang mạng xã hội nói chung cũng như là Facebook nói riêng, một trong những cái trang mạng xã hội phổ biến nhất tại Việt Nam cũng như là trên thế giới. Thế nhưng mà có rất nhiều bạn xem mới vào nghề hỏi Duyen rằng là bây giờ những cái mối quan hệ xung quanh các bạn ấy là những người bạn học đại học, chưa có nhu cầu mua nhà hoặc chưa đủ tài chính để mua nhà. Vậy thì cái việc xây dựng cái thương hiệu trên trang mạng xã hội cá nhân có thực sự phát huy hiệu quả hay không. Đối với Duyen á, thì mạng xã hội đó là một vòng tròn của những kết nối. Giả sử chúng ta có 100 người bạn thì Duyen gọi 100 người bạn đó là F0. Thì khi chúng ta có mối liên hệ và có sự kết nối 100 người bạn này thì chúng ta sẽ có N các F1 là những cái mối quan hệ truyền của các F0, rồi chúng ta lại có mũ N các F2 là những mối quan hệ truyền của F1 nữa. Tất cả những cái điều đó sẽ tạo nên một cái khối lượng khách thực sự là khổng lồ. Thêm vào đó thì hiện nay bên cạnh cái việc mà chúng ta giao tiếp và trao đổi liên hệ với nhau bằng danh thiếp hay là email, bằng số điện thoại, thì mọi người đã dần quen đến cái việc là chia sẻ hồ sơ mạng xã hội của nhau. Ví dụ như bạn được một cái người bạn giới thiệu khách hàng thì cái việc mà nhanh nhất và thuận tiện nhất là cái người bạn đó sẽ chia sẻ hồ sơ mạng xã hội của bạn cho cái người khách hàng. Tuy rằng mạng xã hội là ảo, nhưng mà từ những cái bài đăng nè, cái hình ảnh đại diện, những cái bình luận thì khách hàng sẽ dễ dàng đánh giá được cái trình độ nè, thì khách hàng sẽ dễ dàng đánh giá được cái trình độ này, cái kiến thức, rồi cái tính cách cũng như là cái sự chuyên nghiệp của cái người môi giới bất động sản đó. Vậy thì làm thế nào để chúng ta xây dựng được một cái hình ảnh chỉnh chu trên mạng xã hội và tạo ra được những cái dấu ấn riêng, những cái đặc trưng riêng, và xây dựng nên một cái thương hiệu cá nhân hấp dẫn? Duyen sẽ chia sẻ cho mọi người một số tip như sau nha. Thứ nhất là lựa chọn hình ảnh đại diện. Hình ảnh đại diện nên là hình ảnh cá nhân thật rõ và thật đẹp, và nên hạn chế thay đổi cái hình ảnh đại diện này. Đối với Duyen á, cái hình ảnh đại diện này nó giống như cái bìa của quyển sách vậy. Nội dung quyển sách có hay cỡ nào nhưng một cái bìa không hấp dẫn, không đẹp thì sẽ rất khó thu hút để người ta mở sách ra và tham khảo cái quyển sách đó. Bên cạnh đó thì cái hình ảnh cá nhân này nó sẽ đi theo cái trang mạng xã hội của mình khắp mọi nơi, từ những cái bình luận nè, rồi từ những cái bài viết. Đôi khi á, một cái hình ảnh cá nhân mà ấn tượng á, người ta chỉ cần nhìn vào hình ảnh đó thôi, người ta sẽ biết đó là từ hồ sơ cá nhân nào và không cần phải nhớ tên của cái hồ sơ đó. Thứ hai là cập nhật những thông tin cần thiết. Để làm gì? Để cho người ta nhìn vào và người ta biết được rằng bạn là ai, bạn ở đâu, bạn đang làm gì, bạn có kinh nghiệm như thế nào. Và đây là cái trang thông tin Facebook của Duyen. Muốn biết thêm về kinh nghiệm làm việc cũng như là thành tích của Duyen thì có thể vào LinkedIn, hay là muốn mua nhà, muốn bán nhà thì có thể vào website, hoặc là muốn hiểu thêm về con người hoặc là những cái trải nghiệm đời sống thường ngày của Duyen thì vào Instagram, hay đơn thuần là muốn xem những cái video giải trí của Duyen thì có thể vào TikTok. Tất cả những cái thông tin này đã được Duyen tổng hợp trên cái trang bio này, và tùy theo cái nhu cầu mọi người muốn tìm hiểu Duyen ở khía cạnh nào thì thoải mái click vào từng cái link khác nhau. Thứ ba, kiểm soát nội dung của bản thân trên mạng xã hội. Post, like, share hay comment là 4 cái hoạt động chủ yếu mà mọi người sẽ nhìn thấy được khi bạn thực hiện trên mạng xã hội. Vậy nên cái việc mà chúng ta kiểm soát lời ăn tiếng nói trên mạng xã hội cực kỳ quan trọng. Giả sử như chúng ta lỡ có một cái bình luận nó không hay, dùng những cái từ ngữ không được lịch sự trong một cái bài post nào đó không liên quan đến bất động sản, nhưng mà vô tình khách hàng thấy được thì khách hàng sẽ có một cái nhìn khác hoàn toàn về bản thân bạn. Thế nên bạn phải luôn chỉnh chu trong từng cái lời ăn tiếng nói trên mạng xã hội. Thứ tư là chất lượng hình ảnh phải luôn thật tốt, hình ảnh phải thật đẹp, thật rõ nét. Hình đẹp thì sẽ luôn có nhiều like. Duyen có nghe một câu nói rằng là a picture worth a thousand words. Đây là cái định lý mà hầu như ai cũng biết, và bộ não chúng ta luôn tự động tia những cái hình ảnh đẹp đầu tiên trước khi mà đọc đến những cái câu chữ. Rõ ràng một cái bài đăng dù caption có hay hay là viết có dài đến cỡ nào, nhưng hình ảnh đi kèm bài đăng nó không thực sự hấp dẫn thì bài đăng đó sẽ không thể nào có lượng tương tác cao. Vậy nên chúng ta hãy thật chỉnh chu trong từng khung ảnh, dù đó là khung ảnh cá nhân của bạn hay là những hình ảnh về sản phẩm. Ví dụ như Duyen khi đi mua hàng online, những cái shop nào mà đăng những hình ảnh không đẹp, không rõ nét thì Duyen tự động sẽ lướt qua ngay. Và cái việc mà đăng hình ảnh đẹp rõ như vậy nó còn thể hiện rằng bạn là một người chỉnh chu và cẩn thận. Thứ năm, hãy tạo ra cái gu và cái chất riêng từ tính cách, con người và sở thích của bạn. Ví dụ như Duyen, khi Duyen xây dựng hình ảnh của bản thân mình trên mạng xã hội thì Duyen là một cô giám đốc bất động sản rất là trẻ tuổi nè, rồi với mái tóc ngắn, cặp kính mắt mèo, đam mê du lịch, mang một tính cách lạc quan và yêu đời. Hãy sống ảo trên mạng xã hội bằng chính con người thật của bạn. Ví dụ như nếu bạn biết chơi đàn, hãy xây dựng mình trở thành một người môi giới đa tài. Nếu bạn có đam mê với thời trang, hãy biến mình trở thành một người môi giới sành điệu. Còn nếu bạn có sở thích nấu ăn, đừng ngần ngại hãy biến cái trang Facebook của mình trở nên sinh động hơn với hàng loạt những album đầy ắp những món ăn ngon. Từ đó khách hàng sẽ dễ dàng định vị và phân biệt được bạn so với hàng hà sa số các môi giới khác trên thị trường. Trong team của Duyen có một người chị đồng nghiệp cực kỳ đam mê biển, hơn 90% các chuyến du lịch của chị là đi về biển. Và hầu hết những cái bãi biển và những cái resort đẹp ở Việt Nam cũng như trên thế giới chị đều đã trải nghiệm qua. Khi mà mình vào cái trang cá nhân của chị ấy thì bên cạnh những hình ảnh về gia đình thì là ngập tràn những hình ảnh về biển nè, về bất động sản biển nè, về những cái resort ven biển nè. Và chị rất là hay chia sẻ những cái quan điểm cá nhân về những cái sản phẩm bất động sản biển đó, và từ những điều đó đã làm cho khách hàng định vị được rằng chị này có cái sự trải nghiệm, có cái sự hiểu biết cụ thể rõ ràng về bất động sản nghỉ dưỡng nói chung và bất động sản biển nói riêng. Điều đó dần dần đã biến chị trở thành một trong những best seller trong thị trường bất động sản nghỉ dưỡng. Đó, từ những cái sở thích này, những cái thói quen này, những cái tính cách cá nhân thôi mà đã tạo ra được cái chất riêng và cái dấu ấn cá nhân riêng của chị ấy trong lòng khách hàng. Yếu tố thứ 6 đó là hãy đăng bài trên mạng xã hội một cách có chọn lọc. Hồi mới vào nghề thì Duyên hay nghe mọi người nói là bán hàng qua Facebook hay là bán hàng qua những cái trang mạng xã hội, trang cá nhân, thì Duyên rất là háo hức và Duyên cực kỳ chăm chỉ đăng những cái bài quảng cáo về bất động sản trên mạng xã hội luôn. Rồi mỗi ngày thì về dự án nè, rồi ngày thì về chủ đầu tư, rồi ngày về thông tin thị trường. Riết rồi cái trang mạng xã hội của Duyên á, nó không còn là trang cá nhân nữa mà nó giống như cái trang rao vặt về bất động sản vậy đó. Thì có một lần Duyên đi học lớp cũ thì những cái người bạn trong lớp nó mới chia sẻ là thật ra là kể từ lúc mà Duyên đi làm bất động sản thì mọi người gần như là đã bỏ, không theo dõi trang cá nhân của Duyên nữa, bấm unfollow luôn. Bởi vì là các bạn nói là mọi người muốn biết về cái cuộc sống hàng ngày của Duyên, về cá nhân Duyên, chứ thực sự mọi người không quan tâm nhiều về bất động sản. Mà tự nhiên Duyên biến cái trang cá nhân thành một cái trang quảng cáo rao vặt như vậy thì mọi người không cảm thấy nó thú vị. Và sau đó thì Duyên đã tiết chế hơn, Duyên đã biến cái trang cá nhân nó thuần túy quay trở lại là trang cá nhân, cập nhật về những cái thưởng thức đời sống hàng ngày của Duyên, những cái hoạt động, những cái sinh hoạt cá nhân hàng ngày. Và bên cạnh đó là đan xen cái công việc, mà công việc của Duyên thì là bán bất động sản. Từ đó cái trang cá nhân của Duyên trở nên phong phú hơn, có cả thông tin về cuộc sống nè, thông tin về công việc và thông tin về bất động sản nữa. Dần dần mọi người đã khắc họa được cái hình ảnh của Duyên rằng là một cô gái có một cuộc sống cá nhân rất thú vị nhưng là bất động sản. Và mọi người nhớ rằng chỉ cần mọi người quan tâm bất động sản, mọi người sẽ bấm máy gọi cho Duyên. Đã gọi là trên cá nhân thì phải mang tính cá nhân, kể cả những cái bài đăng về bất động sản vẫn phải mang tính cá nhân và có cái gu riêng. Thay vì cứ sao chép những cái thông tin quảng cáo nó mang tính chất thương mại hóa từ chủ đầu tư thì Duyên đã biết tiết chế hơn. Duyên biến tấu những cái bài quảng cáo về bất động sản đó theo cái văn phong của Duyên và mang một cái màu sắc rất Duyên. Bên cạnh đó, Duyên chăm chỉ chia sẻ những cái nhận định cá nhân và những cái góc nhìn của riêng mình về thị trường bất động sản, thì từ đó khách hàng cũng dễ dàng đánh giá được cái năng lực cũng như cái kinh nghiệm của Duyên. Hơn nữa, để chia sẻ nhiều hơn thông tin về bất động sản thì Duyên lập hẳn một cái website riêng, một cái fanpage riêng để khách hàng quan tâm mua, bán hay cho thuê ký gửi bất động sản thì sẽ click vào cái trang fanpage hoặc là trang web đó. Cái sự thay đổi này nó đã được thực hiện khoảng tầm từ 6 tháng thì Duyên đã bắt đầu có những khách hàng đầu tiên qua mạng xã hội. Một thương hiệu cá nhân đẹp là cái hình ảnh đầu tiên mà giúp cho các bạn gây được cái ấn tượng tốt với khách hàng. Và cái việc xây dựng thương hiệu cá nhân này thật sự là một chặng đường dài. Và để tạo nên một cái thương hiệu cá nhân thành công á, thì chỉ cần thực hiện đúng 6 cái điều mà Duyên đã chia sẻ ở trên. Nói thì dễ nhưng mà thực hiện thì không dễ đâu nha. Và Duyên cũng đã mất một khoảng thời gian khá dài để có thể định hình được cái thương hiệu cá nhân của mình trong thị trường bất động sản và để khách hàng nhớ được Duyên là ai, Duyên làm gì trong thị trường này. Hy vọng những cái chia sẻ của Duyên sẽ giúp ích được cho mọi người trong cái hành trình xây dựng thương hiệu cá nhân, đặc biệt là với thị trường bất động sản.
各位好，我是来自 M-Daily 的陆琪。今天我将科技如何引领投资移民的更快发展作为议题，发表我的演讲。那第一部分是关于我们 M-Daily 是设立于2017年， 那当时设立的目的呢，是为了解决行业当中信息交流、信息传递这样的一个问题，让这个投资移民行业更透明，然后让政府的一些政策、权威的发言能够更快、更直接的传递到每个读者。所以呢，下面请大家花费1分钟的时间看关于我们。
I've never been a big fan of golden visa, especially the due diligence process.
How did they get the money into the country?
I want your fingerprints and I want identity verification.
There will be probably regulation in the industry.
They have to have serious discussions before that could happen.
There can be no serious conversation whatsoever.
So the approach is, let's get as much as we can until it ends.
Don't step on others' territory.
I am absolutely shocked and alarmed.
We don't have any issues as of today.
You've got to put it in context.
What do I get and what do I pay?
There's a lot of misinformation going around.
The program was literally a lifesaver.
Only having one passport could be very dangerous.
I think people recognize that.
I am greatly concerned by this race to the bottom.
Everybody always starts out with great aspirations.
Until something goes wrong.
好的，如果您是这个行业的知情人士的话，那您肯定也会发现视频当中我们与相当多的行业的领袖政府政要保持一个长期稳定的关系，这也是为什么我们能够及时快速的表达这个行业最新的新闻和独家观察。那现在呢，我们已经在超过80个国家、353个地区拥有我们的读者，当然也不乏主流的合作媒体伙伴。那你也可以轻松的从苹果 APP 上下载我们的应用软件。当然我们在中国也设立我们的微信公众号，叫投资移民知情者，我们每年也发布这个行业的领先的报告。那很快进入第二个部分，就是投资移民智能助理的板块。那其实投资移民是一个传统的行业，虽然它是一个非常新兴的行业，但是它为各个国家或者为高净值人群带来的帮助是不可忽视的。正如众多的高净值人群，他们对于海外投资移民的需求日益增长的同时呢，我们也为那些开放投资移民的国家带来了海外直接投资。但是这个传统行业现在目前遭遇的主要的挑战就是，就像看到左图第一个，大部分的投资移民行业的公司的规模都是小于10人的，所以规模限制了它的发展。第二个，这个行业没有专业，或者是说至今还没有看到一个能够去培训人才、培养人才的这样的一个课程，甚至是说呢，大量的时候呢，我们需要花费很多的案例去培养人才，这样的话使得这样行业的人才的成本非常高。第三个呢，业务周期，这个行业现在的业务周期通常需要花到3个月到甚至是1年的时间，所以呢再加上现在的很多国家，特别是热门的一些移民目的国，它的移民的排期非常长，所以这个行业的现在的现金流的回款也是非常慢的。那第4个板块就是品牌塑造，这个行业当中当然不是说所有的投资移民行业没有品牌，只是说顶尖的品牌或者顶尖的机构才具备品牌的塑造能力。那第5个的话，就是政府或者是政策的一些信息更新非常不及时，往往会造成大量的案件的拒签由于政策更新的不及时，也会造成很多申请者或者是从业机构产生巨大的损失。最后一个板块是这个行业需要高度的流动性，尤其当下疫情的情况下，大家的出行限制、流动性的限制也给这个行业带来了巨大的挑战和打击。然后我下面重点介绍了 RCBI 这个投资移民助理可以帮到你什么，它可以更轻松快速的响应你客户所提出的问题，并且呢就可以跟你的客户带有你营销品牌的一个营销方案，它类似于一个规划方案，可以让客户更轻松更直观的找到适合自己的方案。最后它能够进行一些内部的数据统计，然后让提升你的销售，提升你的案件推进的速度当然现在很好的一点是现在我们也看到了这个软件本身它是支持中英文使用所以呢在下一个板块当中呢，我们再花到一定的时间来看一下，由我的合伙人 Christian 跟大家讲解这个系统使用的方法。
Okay, so the first thing you're going to see when you log into RCBI Assistant is the calculator page. And the first thing you need to do is to select a block of programs, Caribbean and Vanuatu, Golden Visas, EB5, or other passports. For now, we only have Caribbean and Vanuatu and the golden visas. Let's stick to the Caribbean and Vanuatu because it's very easy to compare. So what you'll see here in the middle section is all the different programs, all the different options within those programs, and you'll see the price of the main contribution or investment and the additional expenses. And if you hover over the additional expenses as such, you'll see that it explains in detail what's included in each of those additional expenses. And then all the way here on the right, you have the total. And then we have an overview over what part of the investment or contribution is recoverable or non-recoverable. So you'll see for Antigua and Barbuda's donation option, for example, all of it is non-recoverable. For the real estate option, what's non-recoverable is the fee part, and the real estate investment is potentially recoverable. University option, same thing, fully non-recoverable. And it's like this for each of the programs, separated into the recoverable and non-recoverable parts. So now it's time to start applying some filters here in the left-hand pane. So we're going to start by choosing the applicant's country. Now let's just randomly pick Albania right here. And you see nothing much changes in the right-hand side there. But if we pick a country like, say, Afghanistan, you'll see that because they are effectively barred from participating in some programs because of their nationality, that'll be grayed out. Now, there are, of course, some exceptions to those nationality bans, especially if you've lived abroad for some time. But you'll see the same thing happening if we pick another country like Sudan, for example, which is also effectively barred from participating in a number of these programs. So let's just go back to Albania. Now, another filter, we're probably going to want to add a spouse, and you'll see that that changes the fees and in some cases also the contribution amounts on the right side. And we're also going to want to include some children and aged dependents, so some parents, parents-in-law. The way you do that, you just type their age and then you click enter. So 11, 4, and 3, let's say. But what happens if I now click an age that's ineligible for some of the programs, 35 for example? Well, if I have a 35-year-old child, they won't be able to qualify as a minor dependent for any program. Again, if you hover over the error, you'll see where the error lies for each of the programs. So I'm just going to go ahead and take that away. And we're going to do the same for parents. Type the age and click enter. That's it, right? Now, 54, you'll see is too young for some of the programs, although not for all of them. So we're going to keep that there, filter it down. Siblings, do we want to add any of those? It's only really in Grenada that that'll be possible at the tender age of 22. So that's the only one that remains after we've filtered. Now you can also choose the different types of contribution, whether you want it to be a donation, an investment in real estate, bonds, university, doesn't really matter. If you leave all of these open, unticked, then it'll show you all the options. Whereas if you tick one, then you'll see only the options that you've ticked. Now, just so we're not only looking at Grenada, we're going to go ahead and remove these unqualified parents and siblings so that we get more options here. Now, we can save this calculation and we can add it to either an existing client or add a new client. So you'll write the name of your client here, their email address, phone number if you wish, and finally we have to add their country. I think we said Albania, so we're going to pick Albania. And now you can see in the lower right corner that this calculation, this particular calculation, has been saved to a client's profile. And now that you've saved this calculation, you can either send it right away by clicking on this button, or you can run a few more calculations and save those as well, so that if you try with different family compositions, you can have a number of different calculations that you all include bundled together in the same final offer to the client. But for now, we're going to try clicking send. That'll take you to the offer creation page, and you'll see there's a number of pre-populated fields here. You will have prepared the default text for these fields when setting up your offer template, and I'll show you in a different video how exactly you set up your offer template. But for now, suffice it to say that when you're sending or preparing an offer, you can either use the default text that's included here or write something entirely different. You can, in some cases, use your boilerplate language, and in other cases, you might want to write something unique from scratch. But for now, let's just go through each of the elements on this offer creation page. So the first is the title. So this is what it'll say in big letters at the top of your offer. And usually it's enough to just say, Dear Mr., Mrs., so-and-so, right? Then there's an introductory text. As I said, you can entirely customize this when you set up your offer template, or you can customize it for each single offer if you so please. Then there's the price of your services. Now, it's important to point out here that the price that you should include here is the price of your company's services. So not including the money required to pay for the qualifying investment, not the money required for a donation, not the government fees. This is strictly just for your firm's services. So say you're doing a Caribbean program that might be somewhere in the range of 25 to 35,000 typically, and you can choose from different types of currencies. All the most common ones in the RCBI market are included here. Then there's a final text that'll appear at the bottom of your offer below all the other different elements that I'll show you in a moment. Whoever on your team is sending out the offer to the client should obviously write their name here, their position. They might be a relationship manager, for example. They can include their phone number if they wish and their email. Now, before we click preview, I want to go through these elements on the right here. These are the parameters that you choose whether or not to include in the offer. The calculations is something I would include every single time because it gives the client an excellent overview, comprehensive overview, showing exactly what he's paying for, what part of it is the due diligence fee, what part of it is the passport fee, what part is the stamp duty, what part is the actual investment, what part is the donation, what part is the government processing fee, what have you. So I would always include this one. I would also always include the comparison table because this is the one that shows what is recoverable, what is non-recoverable, and compares that to all the other programs so that the client can compare side by side each different program to see exactly how much of what they're investing is recoverable and how much is not recoverable. The process of obtaining, this is your basic timeline, step 1, step 2, step 3, etc. that most of you RCBI firms are already including in on your websites already. And so this will say, you know, depending on the program that you've chosen, let's say you've chosen Portugal, then it'll say, okay, step 1 takes 1 month. Step 2, this is where you turn in such and such document, and so on. The visa-free countries, this is something I would include if I am sending offers for citizenship by investment programs. It'll show basically for the different programs, the different countries pertaining to those programs, what sort of visa-free access they have. And then I would not include it when I'm sending offers for residence by investment programs because that might confuse the client into thinking that they're getting a citizenship in Portugal, for example. About countries, there's a little about section about each country. It might be useful. You can have a look at that. It's written by our CBI assistant and you may want to include it or not include it. Then the FAQ is entirely customizable. There's one there by default from our CBI assistant, but in your case, you might want to include your own FAQ. You can fully customize and tailor the questions and the answers. So once we've done that, I think we can go ahead and click Create Offer. Now, you'll see here that the offer has already been created. Now, the client hasn't seen this offer yet, and you have different options for sharing the offer with the client. You can copy the link that'll take you to the page of the offer, which is a URL, a unique URL for this particular offer. You can also download the PDF if you want to do it the old-fashioned way. Now, you can email the client directly from the RCBI Assistant platform, and it'll say the from email will not say RCBI Assistant. It'll say from whatever your email is to this client, and you set the subject line, and here's the text, And then you can obviously customize this text, and you include here the link to the offer. So now let's just go and look at what the offer looks like.
好的，无论您是已经在投资移民行业当中，或者是您有意加入这个行业，那 iMDaily 和投资移民智能助理都是你不能错过的平台。那如果大家感兴趣的话呢，可以加我的 WeChat 或者 LinkedIn 或者 email 给我。那我现在呢 base 在新加坡，也欢迎在新加坡的朋友跟我联系，谢谢。
Hello everyone! Are you feeling lucky today? Want to win this prize? Scan the QR code and key in your answer to the first question of the day. What is JYIQI's corporate color? Good luck! Hi everyone! So far so good? Did I hear a yes? Alright, it's now time for a break so that we can come back fresher and be ready than ever. I'll see you back here in an hour.
,10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小额通能做什么呢？小额通知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台。让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小额通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
Today, when I see how far and great the IQI platform is, as a technologist, it's a lifetime opportunity. The idea was to create a platform that helps people to grow. And today, IQI is the platform that connects buyers, sellers, and agents with the magic of mobile, cloud, AI, and data. IQI is the destination to make your dreams come true.
I bet you've seen a lot of companies pledging to go net zero by 2030 or to reach carbon neutrality. But what is carbon neutrality? Think of it as a scale with carbon dioxide emissions weighing on one side generated by the factories, transportation, energy production, and more. On the other side of the scale, we have reduction via tree planting initiatives and the carbon capture technology. Scientists have warned that we must reach net zero emissions by 2050 to avert climate chaos. Countries and companies have come together to pave the way for this goal to come true. It is easy to neglect with the goal being so far away, but remember, the livelihood of ourselves and our species depends on it. At IQI, we have announced and pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2030, achieving this goal by reducing our emissions impacts as well as other initiatives to reduce carbon.
terms of furnishing, because what you can see here is what you get. All right.
Vietnam, the poster child of economic miracles in Southeast Asia, making headlines worldwide. Today, this Asian country is known for its popular tourist destinations, historical sites, deliciously healthy cuisine, and meteorical economic rise, which is why we say you should invest in Vietnam. But before we dive into details, let's look into the country's profile. Vietnam is a socialist state governed by the Communist Party of Vietnam. The capital city is Hanoi, but the largest city is Ho Chi Minh. Vietnam is the largest producer of cashew nuts and black pepper and the second largest producer of coffee. Fun fact, Vietnam is consistently voted as the cheapest country to travel in Southeast Asia. Fascinating, right? Moving on, reason number one to venture into Vietnam is the strategic location. Vietnam is close to major cities and emerging economies in Asia, as well as the world's biggest market, which is China. Other than that, Vietnam has a long coastal line, which is close to important shipping routes for export and import. Next, we look into Vietnam's stable and growing economy. Thanks to the 1986's Doi Moi reform, Vietnam has moved from the world's poorest nation into a lower middle income country. The economy has also shown remarkable resilience despite COVID-19. In fact, Vietnam's growth in 2020 has been one of the best in the world. To top it off, over the span of 30 years, the poverty rate has declined sharply from over 70% to below 6%. The backbone of Vietnam's healthy economy is its supportive government policies to spare foreign investment. For example, most industries in Vietnam allow for foreign direct investment, the setup cost is low, and Vietnam has taken part in many foreign trade agreements. Evidently, we see big names like Samsung setting up their R&D center in Vietnam. Vietnam also benefits from the China Plus One strategy used by investors to diversify their risk. Lastly, let's look into Vietnam's young and growing population. Vietnam records a population of over 97 million, which makes it the 15th largest in the world. A huge population coupled with steady economic growth means increased demand for goods. There is also potential for greater skilled workforce. This is shown from Vietnam's achievements in the PISA test, which evaluates the effectiveness of a country's education system. Vietnam also scores first in the Human Capital Index score among middle-income nations. Now that you've heard all of this, you must be very intrigued. So contact us right now and start your investment in Vietnam. You can also check out our videos at IQI Global to learn more about venturing into Vietnam's real estate market. Every 40 seconds, a person dies from suicide. That's close to 800,000 people every year. While effective and proven interventions can be implemented to prevent suicide and the attempt, many still choose not to see mental health as important as physical well-being. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds globally. Let us come together on this day to give importance to mental health and to be there beyond a simple, "How are you?" Always communicate effectively with your colleagues, friends, and loved ones. You may never know. The one who smiles the most may be suffering more within. Each human is unique in how they deal with internal and external challenges. But one thing is clear, no matter how tough you are, we all need care and compassion. Show those around you that seeking medical attention for mental health is perfectly normal and crucial. Remember, let them know that you are there for them.
I am with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
I am with you.
I wish. If only I could have. If only I knew then what I know now. Regret is a terrible thing to have. The key in life to feeling fulfilled is to make sure that all your actions are actions of intentionality. This intentionality will allow you to reach your dreams. Now, the key word is the word reach. I challenge you. Dare to dream big, but make sure that your actions match your aspirations.
1 is greater than 0. This is the concept that I always live by. People who want to build personal brand always ask me this: how do I get to 100,000 followers? How do I get more people to buy my product? Well, I often tell them this: those people who have built a successful personal brand have gone through a time when no people actually watch their video. Everybody starts from 0, but you always gotta understand this: 1 is greater than 0. For all the video that you have started building when they have not many views, you only need to have 1 view, the right view, who actually is the person of influence, who likes your content and share it, then you reach more people. So always understand this: when you produce content day in, day out, every single day, you are actually targeting to just influence 1 person, because 1 is greater than 0. You don't build a wall by actually building a wall. You build a wall by laying the brick in a nice position, 1 brick by a brick at a time, then you have a wall. Same things go for building a personal brand. You don't jump out and build a personal brand that have 100,000 followers overnight, but you produce content day in and day out, and accumulatively, like getting people who actually like and follow your content every single day, then you have a strong personal brand. This is the concept that I live by. I hope that this can actually give you the right mindset while you're building a personal brand. Thank you.
Huge island, massive opportunity. Australia is turning investors' heads for all the right reasons. So, why invest in Australia? But first, a quick trivia. Stunning coastline, sunny weather with adorable mammals. Australia is the 6th largest country in the world and the 12th biggest economy. All these while the country has 3 times more sheep than its people. How awesome is that? Now, let's move on to the main part of this video. What makes Australia so attractive to investors? Number 1, the strong and resilient economy. Australia benefits from its rich natural resources, proximity to Asian powerhouses, and its network of free trade agreements. But what sets Australia apart from many is how prepared it is against crisis. When countries sunk in the 2008 financial crisis, Australia surfed unharmed. Recession? Only 3 decades ago. In 2020, Australia's COVID-19 response made for headlines, the good ones. So, if you're looking for a stable and low-risk destination for investment, Australia has that one checked. Number 2. Australia's dynamic industries offer ample opportunities to investors. The country is a significant exporter of resource and energy, agribusiness, financial services, education, and tourism. For example, Australia is one of the top 3 exporters of resource and energy and boasts the 3rd largest number of foreign students in its world-class tertiary education. Third reason to invest in Australia? Its people. The Wi-Fi, ultrasound, black box flight recorder. Australians are the brains behind some of the most groundbreaking technologies. And today, vibrant startup scene. A magnet for global talents, the Australian workforce is highly diverse and multilingual, ranking 8th in the 2020 United Nations Human Development Index. Lastly, and we think this is the crux to the country's success, Australia has laid a strong foundation for investors. The good governance, a business-friendly environment, strong entrepreneurial spirit, and have we mentioned the coast and the sun? People just love living here. There's that laid-back lifestyle that makes it a global drawcard to expatriates. So, interested yet? Start your investment in Australia with us at IQI Global today. For more info on the Australian real estate market, you can have a look at the video above.
什么？要跳出舒适圈才可以成功？那是以前你一直在听别人讲的。跳出舒适圈非常的辛苦，非常的痛苦，而且你要动用很多的能量。为什么要跳出来呢？各位，舒适圈代表着你现在做的事情非常的舒服。那为什么我们不去思考扩大舒适圈呢？以前我觉得运动非常的困难，在这个 MCO 里面呢，我尝试做了一个改变，每天跑一下步，每天运动一下。那累积下来3个月过后，我从开始的500公尺到现在可以跑8公里。后来我发现到，今天如果我没有去运动的话，那我就处在于一个不舒适的环境里面。从本来做运动是很痛苦的，到现在不做运动是非常痛苦的。各位有没有发现到，所谓的扩大舒适圈，就是把你本来不习惯的事情，逐渐的在每一天一点一滴的在改变。后来你发现到，赚2万块是你的舒适圈；后来你发现到，学习是你的舒适圈；后来你发现到，过上好的日子是你的舒适圈。你好，我是 Chen，UIQI 的集团副总裁。
If you look at the map, you can see the Philippines is spread over 7,000 islands, then broken into 3 major parts: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. This archipelago is home to over 100 million people, making the Philippines the 13th largest country by population. Isn't that awesome? In this video, we look into the top 4 reasons to invest in the Philippines, because really, you don't want to miss it out. Number 1. The lucrative BPO market. Business process outsourcing is one of the 2 primary legs to the economy next to remittances. Computer programming, copywriting, accounting, the BPO industry covers a vast array of jobs. In fact, it contributes over $26 billion to the economy in 2019, and now around 12% of the global outsourcing market by revenue. Number 2. The excellent pool of skilled labor at a highly affordable cost. The majority of the population speaks fluent English. It is a primary language of business and commerce. Communication barrier? Non-existent. They're also very culturally aligned with North America due to their history, which results in a very flexible and adaptable workforce. Of course, the cherry on top is that the cost of employing the local talents here just makes a lot of sense. Third, the expanding infrastructure. The fractured island geography has long posed a challenge to the country. Under the ambitious Build, Build, Build project set in 2017, the government aims to decongest traffic, putting its notorious Carmageddon behind and bridging the digital and social gap between cities and rural areas. Thus, one industry to look out for is the real estate industry. And we're not just talking residential real estate. With the Philippines' BPO sector accelerating in growth, the demand for offices and commercial spaces will continue to shoot up. Most importantly, as foreign investors, contrary to a decade ago, you can enjoy various benefits and incentives from the government. So, if you're keen to begin your investment in the Philippines, get started with us today at IQI. You can also check out our video above for more ideas in investing in the Philippines real estate.
Gen Z, you're not too young for the real estate industry. Your age is an age. Here's why. First, your young face will make you stand out because we don't have that many of you yet. Second, this is your time to build good relations. You're fresh, curious, eager to learn. The clients, they love to see this. And speaking of clients, learn all the tricks up your most senior teammate's sleeve to win them over. Number 4, you have less commitment at this age, so make a lot of mistakes. They are your best teachers. We also need your social media and tech prowess because real estate marketing is moving online. And last, while you lack the professional knowledge, you pack a lot of courage. Hiccups don't stop you. So if you fancy what we've just told you, take the leap. With IQI Global, we'll show you how to land strong every single time.
现如今有10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小额通能做什么呢？小额通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台。让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小额通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人，让知识更有价值。
I've bet you've seen a lot of companies pledging to go net zero by 2030 or to reach carbon neutrality. But what is carbon neutrality? Think of it as a scale with carbon dioxide emissions weighing on one side generated by the factories, transportation, energy production, and more. On the other side of the scale, we have reduction via tree planting initiatives and the carbon capture technology. Scientists have warned that we must reach net zero emissions by 2050 to avert climate chaos. Countries and companies have come together to pave the way for this goal to come true. It is easy to neglect with the goal being so far away, but remember, the livelihood of ourselves and our species depends on it. At IQI, we have announced and pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2030, achieving this goal by reducing our emissions impacts as well as other initiatives to reduce carbon.
terms of furnishing, because what you can see here is what you get. All right.
Vietnam, the poster child of economic miracles in Southeast Asia, making headlines worldwide. Today, this Asian country is known for its popular tourist destinations, historical sites, deliciously healthy cuisine, and meteorical economic rise, which is why we say you should invest in Vietnam. But before we dive into details, let's look into the country's profile. Vietnam is a socialist state governed by the Communist Party of Vietnam. The capital city is Hanoi, but the largest city is Ho Chi Minh. Vietnam is the largest producer of cashew nuts and black pepper and the second largest producer of coffee. Fun fact, Vietnam is consistently voted as the cheapest country to travel in Southeast Asia. Fascinating, right? Moving on, reason number one to venture into Vietnam is the strategic location. Vietnam is close to major cities and emerging economies in Asia as well as the world's biggest market, which is China. Other than that, Vietnam has a long coastal line which is close to important shipping routes for export and import. Next, we look into Vietnam's stable and growing economy. Thanks to the 1986's Doi Moi reform, Vietnam has moved from the world's poorest nation into a lower middle income country. The economy has also shown remarkable resilience despite COVID-19. In fact, Vietnam's growth in 2020 has been one of the best in the world. To top it off, over the span of 30 years, the poverty rate has declined sharply from over 70% to below 6%. The backbone of Vietnam's healthy economy is its supportive government policies to spare foreign investment. For example, most industries in Vietnam allow for foreign direct investment, the setup cost is low, and Vietnam has taken part in many foreign trade agreements. Evidently, we see big names like Samsung setting up their R&D center in Vietnam. Vietnam also benefits from the China Plus One strategy used by investors to diversify their risk. Lastly, let's look into Vietnam's young and growing population. Vietnam records a population of over 97 million, which makes it the 15th largest in the world. A huge population coupled with steady economic growth means increased demand for goods. There is also potential for greater skilled workforce. This is shown from Vietnam's achievements in the PISA test, which evaluates the effectiveness of a country's education system. Vietnam also scores first in the Human Capital Index score among middle-income nations. Now that you've heard all of this, you must be very intrigued. So contact us right now and start your investment in Vietnam. You can also check out our videos at IQI Global to learn more about venturing into Vietnam's real estate market. Every 40 seconds, a person dies from suicide. That's close to 800,000 people every year. While effective and proven interventions can be implemented to prevent suicide and the attempt, many still choose not to see mental health as important as physical well-being. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds globally. Let us come together on this day to give importance to mental health and to be there beyond a simple, "How are you?" Always communicate effectively with your colleagues, friends, and loved ones. You may never know. The one who smiles the most may be suffering more within. Each human is unique in how they deal with internal and external challenges. But one thing is clear, no matter how tough you are, we all need care and compassion. Show those around you that seeking medical attention for mental health is perfectly normal and crucial. Remember, let them know that you are there for them.
I am with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
I am with you.
I wish. If only I could have. If only I knew then what I know now. Regret is a terrible thing to have. The key in life to feeling fulfilled is to make sure that all your actions are actions of intentionality. This intentionality will allow you to reach your dreams. Now, the key word is the word reach. I challenge you. Dare to dream big, but make sure that your actions match your aspirations.
One is greater than zero. This is a concept that I always live by. People who want to build personal brand always ask me this: how do I get to 100,000 followers? How do I get more people to buy my product? Well, I often tell them this: those people who have built a successful personal brand have gone through a time when no people actually watch their video. Everybody starts from zero, but you always gotta understand this: one is greater than zero. For all the video that you have started building when they have not many views, you only need to have one view, the right view, who actually is the person of influence, who likes your content and share it, then you reach more people. So always understand this: when you produce content day in, day in and day out, every single day, you are actually targeting to just influence one person, because one is greater than zero. You don't build a wall by actually building a wall. You build a wall by laying the brick in a nice position, one brick by a brick at a time, then you have a wall. Same things go for building a personal brand. You don't jump out and build a personal brand that have 100,000 followers overnight, but you produce content day in and day out, and accumulatively, like getting people who actually like and follow your content every single day, then you have a strong personal brand. This is the concept that I live by. I hope that this can actually give you the right mindset while you're building a personal brand. Thank you.
Huge island, massive opportunity. Australia is turning investors' heads for all the right reasons. So, why invest in Australia? But first, a quick trivia. Stunning coastline, sunny weather with adorable mammals. Australia is the 6th largest country in the world and the 12th biggest economy. All these while the country has 3 times more sheep than its people. How awesome is that? Now, let's move on to the main part of this video. What makes Australia so attractive to investors? Number 1, the strong and resilient economy. Australia benefits from its rich natural resources, proximity to Asian powerhouses, and its network of free trade agreements. But what sets Australia apart from many is how prepared it is against crisis. When countries sunk in the 2008 financial crisis, Australia surfed unharmed. Recession? Only 3 decades ago. In 2020, Australia's COVID-19 response made for headlines, the good ones. So, if you're looking for a stable and low-risk destination for investment, Australia has that one checked. Number 2, Australia's dynamic industries offer ample opportunities to investors. The country is a significant exporter of resource and energy, agribusiness, financial services, education, and tourism. For example, Australia is one of the top 3 exporters of resource and energy and boasts the 3rd largest number of foreign students in its world-class tertiary education. Third reason to invest in Australia? Its people. The Wi-Fi, ultrasound, black box flight recorder. Australians are the brains behind some of the most groundbreaking technologies. And today, vibrant startup scene. A magnet for global talents, the Australian workforce is highly diverse and multilingual, ranking 8th in the 2020 United Nations Human Development Index. Lastly, and we think this is the crux to the country's success, Australia has laid a strong foundation for investors. The good governance, a business-friendly environment, strong entrepreneurial spirit, and have we mentioned the coast and the sun? People just love living here. There's that laid-back lifestyle that makes it a global drawcard to expatriates. So, interested yet? Start your investment in Australia with us at IQI Global today. For more info on the Australian real estate market, you can have a look at the video above.
什么？要跳出舒适圈才可以成功？那是以前你一直在听别人讲的。跳出舒适圈非常的辛苦，非常的痛苦，而且你要动用很多的能量。为什么要跳出来呢？各位，舒适圈代表着你现在做的事情非常的舒服。那为什么我们不去思考扩大舒适圈呢？以前我觉得运动非常的困难，在这个 MCO 里面呢，我尝试做了一个改变，每天跑一下步，每天运动一下。那累积下来3个月过后，我从开始的500公尺到现在可以跑8公里。后来我发现到，今天如果我没有去运动的话，那我就处在于一个不舒适的环境里面。从本来做运动是很痛苦的，到现在不做运动是非常痛苦的。各位有没有发现到，所谓的扩大舒适圈，就是把你本来不习惯的事情，逐渐的在每一天一点一滴的在改变。后来你发现到，赚2万块是你的舒适圈；后来你发现到，学习是你的舒适圈；后来你发现到，过上好的日子是你的舒适圈。你好，我是 Chen，UI 的集团副总裁。
If you look at the map, you can see the Philippines is spread over 7,000 islands, then broken into 3 major parts: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. This archipelago is home to over 100 million people, making the Philippines the 13th largest country by population. Isn't that awesome? In this video, we look into the top 4 reasons to invest in the Philippines, because really, you don't want to miss it out. Number 1. The lucrative BPO market. Business process outsourcing is one of the 2 primary legs to the economy next to remittances. Computer programming, copywriting, accounting, the BPO industry covers a vast array of jobs. In fact, it contributes over 26 billion to the economy in 2019, and now around 12% of the global outsourcing market by revenue. Number 2. The excellent pool of skilled labor at a highly affordable cost. The majority of the population speaks fluent English. It is a primary language of business and commerce. Communication barrier? Non-existent. They're also very culturally aligned with North America due to their history, which results in a very flexible and adaptable workforce. Of course, the cherry on top is that the cost of employing the local talents here just makes a lot of sense. Third, the expanding infrastructure. The fractured island geography has long posed a challenge to the country. Under the ambitious Build, Build, Build project set in 2017, the government aims to decongest traffic, putting its notorious Carmageddon behind and bridging the digital and social gap between cities and rural areas. Thus, one industry to look out for is the real estate industry. And we're not just talking residential real estate. With the Philippines' BPO sector accelerating in growth, the demand for offices and commercial spaces will continue to shoot up. Most importantly, as foreign investors, contrary to a decade ago, you can enjoy various benefits and incentives from the government. So, if you're keen to begin your investment in the Philippines, get started with us today at IQI. You can also check out our video above for more ideas in investing in the Philippines real estate.
Gen Z, you're not too young for the real estate industry. Your age is an age. Here's why. First, your young face will make you stand out because we don't have that many of you yet. Second, this is your time to build good relations. You're fresh, curious, eager to learn. The clients, they love to see this. And speaking of clients, learn all the tricks up your most senior teammate's sleeve to win them over. Number 4, you have less commitment at this age, so make a lot of mistakes. They are your best teachers. We also need your social media and tech prowess because real estate marketing is moving online. And last, while you lack the professional knowledge, you pack a lot of courage. Hiccups don't stop you. So if you fancy what we've just told you, take the leap. With IQI Global, we'll show you how to land strong every single time.
现如今有10多亿人正在使用微信，人们早已习惯在微信上进行在线社交、学习与购物。微信生态无疑是为商家提供离用户最近的线上人货场环境的理想选择。所以，小额通能做什么呢？小额通，知识产品与用户服务的数字化工具，在微信生态基础上，为每一个组织打造专属的知识服务平台。让这些组织通过知识和服务持续影响他们的客户、伙伴和员工，同时还能以数字化的方式，从品牌营销、商业变现和用户管理等方面，助力商家达成在线化经营的目标。成立4年时间，现在已经有130万客户选择了小额通，创造出的收益达到110亿元，覆盖终端用户6.8亿人。让知识更有价值。
Welcome back. It's me again, your host. I hope you are well rested and ready to continue learning. Let's get back to the next speaker. Hi, I'm back with another intervention. Scan this QR code and type in your answer for a chance to win this prize. A computer uses which number system to calculate and store data? A. Decimal, B. Octal, C. Binary, or D. Hexadecimal. Good luck! Cheers!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my session. My name is Ellie and I'm going to share with you on a topic called premium package. Okay, now first, what is premium? Premium refers to an extra amount on top of the standard pricing. Now, why are people willing to pay for an extra? Okay, and from the business point of view, what is the advantages of doing the premium packages? Okay, now I'm going to share with you on my session, right? 1 premium package blueprint, 5 reasons to sell premium packages, and 5 premium package secrets. So in short, 155. If you are an IKI warrior, I'm sure you know what is 155. And if you do, please type a 155 in the chat box. Okay, so premium package blueprint, there are 5 P's here. So first thing is that the premium mindset. Okay, so for example, today, if you are a new real estate agent, you just joined the industry, right? And you have a listing of this mansion, $5 million mansion, bungalow that is for sale. Okay, so do you think that you can sell it? Right? As a newbie, most of the time, right, we do have this type of mindset. Oh, I'm not going to pay that price myself because I can't afford that. Because most of the time we are thinking from our point first, okay? So yeah, so I can't afford that, you know. I feel like I'm taking advantage of selling people this so expensive houses, right? And I don't feel comfortable, you know, earning this amount of the commission, right? I'm not ready to charge that, especially the seller asks you, oh, how much commission are you getting, right? You don't feel comfortable to tell that. Okay, and then my competitors charge less than me. Okay, so this is a mindset. Now, premium package, right? We are talking about premium mindset. So you can't sell premium package with a poverty mindset. Okay, most people, they don't become wealthy because they are not comfortable with the idea of wealth. Yes, in fact, if you come to think of it, most of the people, right, when they talk about money, they don't feel comfortable. Okay, so second P, premium price. Okay, so what usually the pricing methods are? So poverty pricing, right? So competition pricing. So most of the time when a business or a company, they want to increase their sale, then they lower down their price, because when they lower the price, there are more customers. Okay, so this tends to go into a price war. Okay, so how about a cost plus pricing? This refers to a cost, right? So let's say $100. I want to earn 50% margin, so I sell it at 150. So with this, right? Okay, there is no differentiation, no value at all, right? Just cost plus. Okay, and then commodity pricing. So it depends on supply and demand. And we all know that when supply is more than demand, then the price will go down. Okay, so which is out of your control. So how about a premium pricing? Now, perception based. Okay, so let's just say that this is a dumbbell, right? A normal dumbbell. Then you sell it at a normal price. But if you know how to tell a story, okay? This dumbbell is used by Mike Tyson before, the same model, all right? So, wow, okay, immediately it creates different value, okay? Demand-based pricing. We all know that during the holiday seasons, the air ticket, the hotel rates, right, they are higher because there are more demand. And then value-based pricing. So look at this piece of art, right? These are all the famous paintings, and we all know that this costs so much, some even millions, all right? So value-based, but we all know that the canvas cost and the paints, right? It doesn't cost much, but when you draw something on it, wow, then different, right? Value-based. And then need-based pricing. So for example, you stay in a hotel and during the midnight, you want to drink something and you grab the drink from the bar, right? In your hotel room, and you know that it is much more expensive, but you still drink it before because you know you need it, all right? So this is a need-based, okay? So third P, premium status. Now, every time we enter a new environment, we tend to decide, oh, this is somebody who are high status, this is medium, and this is low status. So they will be doing the same with us too, okay? So whatever message that we tell customers or our people around us, right? Our tonality, our eye contact, our body language, right? It will be received by everyone that we meet. So if you want to position ourselves as a high status, high value, high self-esteem, then it will shine through everything we do, okay? So first of all, elevate our status, right? The last thing that you ever want to appear to others is that this is just another agent, or this is just another salesman, right? We want to be different, okay? And premium brand. So now if you look at the logos, right, okay, certain business in they carry certain colors, right? So if F&B or daily kind of usage, right, so usually it carries this yellow orange color because it refers to energetics, right? Okay, and it creates appetite, okay? And how about blue color? Blue color is more for corporate feel, right? A feeling of confidence, practical, okay? And how about we talk about elegance, right? Then you have to look into gold color or black color, this kind of colors, because it creates the feeling of elegance, right? The grand, right? Luxury, okay? So if we are talking about premium package, then we have to look into these colors when we do our packaging, and branding. Okay, now premium place. Think of a place, right? For example, Disneyland, all right? So when you go into Disneyland, right? Okay, once you enter, you see all the cartoon characters, and then all the, dolls, right? The tickets and so on. They are so high priced, right? And you're still willing to spend it, and you spend it happily because you are in a closed environment. You're in a closed environment. So in this closed environment, you have the experience, you have the feeling, right? And as a business, Disneyland, they can charge you whatever they want, right? So this is a premium place. Okay, so there are 5 reasons to sell premium packages, right? Reason number 1, more profits equals to fewer headaches, all right? Because you need fewer clients to hit your revenue goals. If 10 people to meet a 5 million goals, or you want 100 people to meet your 5 million goals, right? The revenue is the same, right? But you need fewer clients. And then competing on lower price is not a sustainable advantage long term because you have lower margin, all right? And then it might work when you are selling a commodity, right? A product, right? So if let's say you are Walmart, but it won't work well when you are selling an experience, right? If we are a real estate agent, we are selling experience. We can't sell, our experience to more people because our time is so limited, okay? So business is a game of margin, as it's not about volume, especially if we are selling experience. Okay, reason number 2, higher prices equals to better clients, okay? If you come to think of it, your best clients, right, it requires less customer support, right? And the clients who pay you the most, actually, they are usually the ones who need the least support, okay? And the more they pay attention, all right? Because, how can I get the most from this investment? Okay, and your high-paying clients, they usually respect you and your advice and your time. So better clients, all right? Reason number 3, you can afford to deliver more value because you have higher margin, all right? So you have more wiggle room to deliver sensational value, okay? Show your love, show your appreciation to your customer, and you can really wow your clients and buyers, right? You can include high value extras, bonus and give to create extra value and memory, right, to your client. right? Don't sell services, sell experience. When you deliver the gift, when you send your concerns, right, to your customers, right, that is the experience that your customer is getting. Okay, reason number 4, make your business more recession proof, right? Some buyers, they only buy premium package, right? They don't want cheap, they want the best. Okay, and we want this type of customers, right? Especially in real estate, people don't buy house because of cheap, right? People buy house because they see the value there. Oh, okay, potential investment. Oh, okay, this is my dream home. All right, I really like this environment, I really like the house, so I want the best, I don't want cheap, right? Okay, so when someone pays a low price, right, they usually expect problems. Do you know that? Their minds are looking for what are they going to do wrong, especially, you know, if you are going to an eye surgery, let's say eye surgery, right? Would you want the lowest price clinic or you want the best one? Okay, so you don't look at the price, but you look at their reputation. Okay, and when your client pays top dollars, they will help you to make sure that it's been a valuable experience. For example, if I go to a high-class restaurant, right, the chairs that I sit, the environment, you know, in the restaurant, everything is so nice to me because I have paid top dollars for it. Okay, so reason number 5, higher prices allow you to scale. Okay, you have more margins to pay out, right, your affiliates, your business partners, and you have more margins to pay the top-notch closers, right? You have good staff, and you could spend more to acquire a new client, and this is very important, right? And you get to have more and more new client that you want, okay? That they are willing to pay for the premium package, right? And the business owner who can spend the most to acquire a client will win. All right, so premium package secrets. So what are the secrets? Now, secret number 1, premium pricing demands high self-esteem. Okay, so if we don't believe ourselves, we cannot sell premium packages. Like, you know, so that we have to elevate our status, our mindset, premium mindset. Okay, your self-worth dictates. So how much you charge, how much you believe in yourself, your work and your values. Your customer, they can sense the way that you talk, right? They can sense, okay, what is your status, all right? And self-esteem. I want to be better. Always tell yourself, right? I want to be better. I want to become a better version of myself so that I have more capabilities, all right? So self-esteem. Now, premium secret number 2, premium pricing demand major problem solving, right? So if you come to think of it, right, most of the time, the more pain your customer is experiencing, right, then the higher that you can charge, right? The higher that you can charge. The more pain, the higher charge that you can charge, right? And usually, right, the type of business that falls into these 3 sectors, they can solve the customer's problems like health and fitness, dating and relationships, and in our terms, right, real estate, we falls under this business and wealth, right, money, right, money, power, and sex. So these are all the major problems, right, that usually we can charge at a premium. Okay, and secret number 3, premium pricing demands market intelligence, right? The true art of selling premium package is to sell the concept, not the product, not the service, right? It's the concept. So we sell concepts and solutions, we sell image, we sell dreams and a better future, right? So real estate, right? Okay, we always tell that, oh, this is going, you know, if you are staying here, how your life is going to be, right? If you invest in this, so in the future, you are going to gain this and that, right? So this is the dreams that we are drawing for our customers. Okay, we sell at things great and imagine that our prospect is longing for. All right, and we sell to people's emotions, right? Emotions instead of their actual requirements. Okay, secret number 4, premium pricing demands premium positioning, right? So what they believe they know about you, all right? What they are told by others about you, and what they read and hear about you, and who you are associated with, right? And who they associate you with in their minds. Okay, so notice that your positioning in your customer's mind is not what you tell them, but others people tell them and how they see you. Okay, it's not how you say it, how you see it out, right? So there are 6 ways to elevate your status. Specialize, don't generalize. Okay, prescribe, don't sell. Set a rule, all right? And then walk away, don't beg. Right, walk away, don't beg. Oh, so it's okay, right? And then be recommended, don't show up cold. Especially, word of mouth is the most powerful tool, right? To get a best client. All right, and then appointment only, and application or invitation only. All right, so secret number 5, premium pricing demands storytelling. Yeah, this is very important because story equals to your asset. Okay, so what's your story? Okay, what's your origin story? What's your zero to hero story? Why would I follow you? Why would I buy from you? Why would I listen to you? Okay, and how did you come up with this idea? All right, what drives you to go into this mission? Okay, and what client story could you use? Right, is there a client story that you can tell me? Right, okay, and what do you have to overcome? Right, so these are all storytelling. Okay, so now if you had a choice, would you choose high or low status? Status elevates your opportunity to make a difference. All right, and that is my sharing for today. All right, thank you and see you again. Bye bye.
Hi, good day, IQI warriors. Yes, nice to meet you, every one of you. My name is Davis. I'm the head of team of IQI Realty. First of all, I would like to thank IQI and also Success One for providing a platform for me to share about the topic of today. So the topic of today that I would like to share is how we can leverage technology platforms in real estate industry. So I believe that technology is not a stranger for us. It's already have been for some times for us in the market, especially those people who in the IQI are very, very lucky. Why am I actually say so is because IQI actually provided the IQI Atlas that really help us a lot in terms of building a teams, closing a sales, and also like to scale up your business. So I believe that many of you will understand how IQI Atlas help us, right? Even today, when we want to access any kind of project around the world, we can actually get that information just a click away from our hand. So yeah, I have been in the real estate industry for the past 12 years. So today I would like to share a little bit of my real life experience, and I would like to share with every one of you how I can leverage the technology platforms, especially in the real estate industry. All right, so let's move on to my slide. So I have five points here that I would like to highlight. The first one is to strategize your focus platform. Because real estate, if you really want to start off your technology platform, so like for example, some of the platforms like Google Ads, and then a website, if you want to create a website, and if you would like to advertise in Facebook, Instagram or LinkedIn, there is so many platforms that you guys can leverage on it. But the point is here, because if let's say there is so many type of different technology platform, but you do not actually start. So my point is here, there's so many platforms. I would suggest that every one of you should pick at least one to focus and to learn from the A to Z, how people actually advertise on the certain platform, and then how people deliver the contents that they want in the particular platforms. So the first step is to strategize your focus platform. If you frequently using LinkedIn, go ahead, you can use LinkedIn. If you frequently use Facebook, go ahead. If you frequently use Instagram, also you can go ahead. There's no right or wrong, because personally, I think that every platform, they have their own audience. They have their own audience. Okay, so please choose your focus platforms that you want to learn or you want to action. Okay, the second one, I will say that to create and organize data storage, because there is so many things that we can. Of course, in IQI, we are very lucky as we have an IQI Atlas. So for people who are building a team, okay, my suggestion is actually during the pandemic, is really waking us up, as in we can do a lot of recording. Okay, we can do a lot of recording, but for the back end, but for the before the pandemic, we don't used to be do all this recording, and actually we realized that the recording is actually quite important for the future. So it's just like when, let's say you have someone, when you recruited someone and you would like to share with them some of the knowledge. If let's say today you have made a recording, I think it will be very useful for you to scale in the future. So that is why I really recommend that you guys can store your data storage. Personally, I'm storing in YouTube. I'm storing in the YouTube. So some of my members are storing in the Google Drive for your trainings, okay, and for your Facebook marketing trainings, everything you can store, because it will be very useful for you to develop a system in the future. Okay, and the third one that I would like to share based on my experience is positioning, because I'm not sure whether how do you guys think in any industry, people will always feel that it's very competitive. Any industry, even today you are not in the real estate business, if let's say today you are in F&B business, if today you are in the constructions business, any business you are in, you will feel very competitive. Okay, actually the reason behind that you feel competitive is because you do not actually strategize your positioning. Because like some of the businesses, when you visit their shops, you will actually find out that, hey, why this shop is actually so unique. It's so unique. So my point is here is that when you feel that it's competitive, I think it's the cause of the problem is actually come from the positioning. So you need to identify your positioning in the industry. I give you some example. Like some of the real estate professionals, they used to sell, they used to advise to sell the property to the clients. So if you really want to position yourself as a salesperson, you will just only to sell. But if let's say today you position yourself as a planner for real estate, basically you will also help them to advise them regards will, because definitely if let's say they invest in real estate, definitely they will pass the property for their second generation or the third generation. So maybe for you, if you really want to make yourself to be unique and make yourself different with others agents, so maybe what you can do is to provide more service, to the marketplace, so that people will feel that, wow, you are not just only selling real estate, but you also educate. You're also educating, as in, I will recommend every one of you should attend some of the courses, like some of the investor course, how people become an investor. So we have to keep learning, because there is so many knowledge in the market, and after you learn, you can share to your prospect, to your potential buyers, so that they will actually see you different with other people. The moment they see you are different with other people, that means they cannot find someone to replace you. So that you don't feel competitive, because you are the only person that can provide this service. So they feel that you are unique, so they would like to make a transactions with you. So yeah, this number 3 is actually quite important, positioning. Okay, and the fourth one, I will say that is to add more value using the technology platform. To add more, to add more value, I mean, many of you, you might think that, I know I want to add a lot of the value, but what kind of value should I add? So it's actually come back to your positioning, because if let's say your positioning is to position yourself as a real estate planner, basically you will also understand how people arrange their wills, okay, how people they rented out their property, how people renovate their property, how people they can provide more service in the real estate, so that you use this. This is value. This is people that they want to know this value to make a wiser decision. To make a wiser decision, of course, like example, like education, how to choose a right property, how to choose a right developers, how to actually successfully rent out your property within a month. So you can actually share more this knowledge using the technology platforms, so that you can actually create more connections with your existing buyer. You can create more this value, so that they will feel that, wow, I actually learned a lot of things from you, Davis. So yeah, this is number 4. Number 5, you can actually target the people around the world using the technology. So I have a few cases closed during the pandemic. Do you know how I closed the deal? I closed the deal using Atlas, IQA Atlas. So whenever my clients want to know about all this information, I will on the spot, I open the Atlas and I show my clients, okay, where is it and what is the price. So I would like to credit to IQI, because honestly, we are the only agency that provide this so-called application that really help a lot in terms of sales. And also, it's very easy for us to building a team, especially when we want to scale. So to me, IQI Atlas is just it's just like my leader. So whenever I want to ask something, I will always remember Atlas. So I don't ask my leaders first. I will always ask Atlas first. If I cannot ask Atlas, only I will ask my leaders. This is normally what I do. Okay, so what technology platform should we focus to use? I mean these questions that is most frequently asked by a lot of the real estate professionals, because there is so many platforms. Which one we should focus to? Yeah, I mean this is quite important also. So the first thing, this is my point of view. I personally think that you need to ask yourself today, when you want to sell a high-end product or the low-end product, most importantly, you have to understand who is your target market segment. Okay, who is the target market? Because if let's say today you are targeting youngster, if you are targeting elderly, it's totally different platforms. So most importantly, you need to identify who is the target market you should go into, so that you can know what kind of platforms you can use to target the right target audience. Not everyone is playing Facebook. Some of the professionals they are using LinkedIn. Okay, and some of the youngsters they are using Instagram. So you need to ask a lot of people like, within this 25 or 35 age, what normally platforms, technology they are using. Some is using Instagram very frequently, some are using WhatsApp, etc. So you guys need to understand your customer behaviors. So time to time you have to ask. The second point that I come is understand the update of consumers and behavior. This is means by time to time people will switch the platform. Like last time we don't use Facebook. Maybe we use the other platforms like different platforms lah. But then time to time we will switch. Last time we also more focusing on Facebook, but then after that we go into the Instagram. But after Instagram, what people go into, like maybe YouTube or maybe Google Ads. Okay, so you will need to constantly update what is the customer behaviors, what is our clients' behaviors. Okay, number 3, that I would think that this is also one of the very important for us is like to have a growth mindset. Okay, this is very personally, this is like everyone of principles. This is my principles. I don't used to compete with anyone, but I used to compete with myself. So you just have to make sure that you really improve yourself every day, because it's all about unlearn and relearn, you know. It's like you need to well prepared. You need to well prepared, as in not just because of you well prepared on one day. It's consistently well prepared, as in you need to grow yourself every day. Okay, don't expect in the short term of growth, but instead we focus on the long-term growth. I think this is one of the very important, because technology is changing very fast. People are changing platforms are using, or maybe we have a new platform like Meta. Also, we have to like get prepared of it, and we need to improve and we need to update from time to time, so that we can always well prepared. Okay, it just like pandemic. No one is actually predicting the pandemic is here. So if let's say you are not well prepared, basically you are having a trouble. So you can just imagine, if let's say IQI is not well prepared in terms of the application IQI Atlas, they are not well prepared on the virtual reality, they are not well prepared on the virtual trainings, like especially the IQI warriors in the Facebook closed group, etc. So we have to be very grateful that IQI actually think on behalf of us, but we cannot depending on IQI. In ourselves, we also have to like improve other technology platforms, such as how to create more creative content, how to do video marketing, how do we do YouTube marketing. So all this we have to make sure ourselves improve consistently. I need to highlight this consistently. It's not about a monthly growth. It's not about yearly growth. It's about continuously. It's all about long term. Okay, so yeah, and the last part is I would like to touch is why technology is important to us. Many of you will think that, oh, why should I why technology is important to us? Okay, actually I come up with an advantage and disadvantage. So the advantage of first is to have because if let's say today you have a technology platforms like Atlas or maybe Zoom or maybe Google, Google Meets, okay, you can actually meet the person as the fastest and the easiest way. Okay, like it or not, we all want the answer as fast as possible. If let's say today you would like to visit one of the cafe nearby, or you want to find a food that near to you, usually you will ask who? You will ask Google, am I right? You will ask Google. Google is our teacher. Whenever anything we want to ask, or we will ask YouTube, okay, how to, okay, we will always cafe near us. So we all want fastest and the easiest way. This is the most advantage for technology. That's why people are addicting on technology, because they can access all the information very, very fast. Second, it's very optionality and more flexibility. You have a lot of options. You don't have to limit yourself into one options. That's why when it comes to technology, and people can be surveyed, people can do a lot of the research using the technology. I think this is something that we have to constantly to upgrade our knowledge, because our clients is sometimes you will feel that, wow, they know a lot. Actually, they know a lot is because of the technology that we have in the market right now, like Google, like YouTube. People, before they visit the showroom, also they view the YouTube first. So we have to make sure ourselves is well prepared. And the third one, the advantage of technology is to connect anyone, anywhere with anyone. Last time we used to we have an outstation client, overseas client. We are having a troubles for presenting the project to them. But after the pandemic, this is not a problem anymore. Why? Because we have Google Meet, we have Zoom. So we just have to send the links to our clients and we meet up with them and we do a presentation. You will surprised that they will make decision. Maybe some of you said, hey Davis, I think they should view the showroom first. I don't think they will view the showroom. You know why? It's because they cannot travel, because they are overseas, they are outstation. Because of MCO, they cannot travel. So if they really want to make the purchase for the property, they will make the decision during online, because they already can do the research online. Who is this developer? They already can do online. Where is the location? What is the amenities nearby the location? They can do everything in their phone. So what they will do is they will make the decision online. So if you do not want to do this, you are neglecting some of the demand overseas and also outstations. So yeah. And the last but not least, this one I actually learned from one of my cousin. My cousin used to be a teacher in Shanghai, and he actually told me that, did you know after the pandemic, anything we can learn? Why? Because last time we used to teach physically, but did you know now a lot of the lecturer, they used to teach online. So when they teach online, that means people, as long that they have an internet, they can learn. As long they have internet, they can learn. So I can actually see that if you have a growth mindset, basically you can learn anything. There is no excuse. You don't know how to do Facebook, you don't know how to do Insta, you don't know how to do YouTube, you don't know how to do Google. Actually, it's the excuses. You know why? Because we can actually learn from YouTube. We can actually learn from a lot of the online courses. They charge a very cheap price. So as long you have a growth mindset, you actually can learn anything right now. But previously we actually can. But it's just that after the pandemic, we can even more obvious that we can learn anything through online. Am I right? So this is the advantage. But of course, what is the disadvantage? Let's see, guys. Okay, the disadvantage is our client behavior are changing very fast. Okay, like it or not, our clients' behavior changing very fast. It means that some of the clients, how to say the behavior is like, maybe they used to do this thing, but after a time, for a certain time, they can accept VR. You have to understand, is your customer able to adapt a new technology? So you need to constantly update that. Is my client behavior are changing? So you can simply by asking some of the existing prospect that, oh, if let's say today you want to search a property online, which platforms that normally you will go into? So you need to understand their behavior, because at the end of the day, people is our goal. We need to understand people behavior. Okay, this is the first thing. And the second thing is the disadvantage is the working environment. What do I mean by working environment? Technology is very easy for us to access anything at everywhere at any time, but the disadvantage is they actually create distractions. So during the pandemic, I have to be honest with you, I have a lot of distractions at home, especially my beds, okay, my kids, okay, and I feel comfortable at home. So whenever if you ask me technology, I can actually work at anywhere. But the only thing is that if let's say today I'm working in home, I'm working from home, I work from home, basically I will feel a lot of distractions. So the disadvantages for technology, I will say that is people are not focused. Because maybe, let's say you are listening to me right now, maybe beside of you, you have a phone. So sometimes you might distract from the phones. Am I right? So this is very, very normal. But then if on the physical, I actually miss the Terrific Tuesday, you know. So because the Terrific Tuesday, every time when I attend the Terrific Tuesdays, I can actually focus on the speakers, what they speak, because it's on the physical basis, right? But right now, I actually see a lot of the TT on the IQI Warriors Facebook close group. Sometimes I will get distracted also lah. So this is the disadvantages. And the third one is constant needs for humans to race against time. What do I mean by that? Because like the disadvantage is like we still the technology is changing very, very fast. So we have to against the time, as in, because the time is let's say today you know how to do Facebook, maybe you will realize that, oh, your customer already using Google to search property, no longer Facebook. Or maybe your customer will search the property using YouTube, so you are still using Facebook. So the disadvantages is the constant needs of humans is keep on like time now, they keep on chasing us lah. So that's why we need to well prepared. We need to grow ourselves every single day. Yeah, number 4 is the disadvantages for technology is a challenge for elderly, as technology are not inclusive. Like as you can see, most of the technology, they are not designed for elderly. So they are most designed for especially the youngsters. So as for elderly, if you want to ask your elderlies to use Zoom, I believe that there is a challenging part for them as well. So this is the disadvantages lah. So, and number 5 is increase the addition and decrease the understanding of basic. What do I mean by this? Because if let's say you are too depending on the technology, sometimes you are neglecting some of the physical way of doing business. So for my suggestion, we all have to adapt on the technology. This is correct. This is the right way. But we cannot neglecting on physical skill as well, because at the end of the day, after the pandemic, people will use these both things to understand you. Maybe they used to understand you from the social media, but until a certain time, when let's say they meet you in the physical way, of course they will feel you that, oh, are you really as pro as in social media or not? Because sometimes social media is more towards to the visual. So when it comes to physical, people will that means people were more looking at your, how to say, experience, and how do you talk, how do you communicate, and yeah, and how is your values, etc. So this I can see that these are disadvantages for technology. So at the end of my section here, I would like to share is, as long you know what is the advantage and the disadvantages, and then after you have your own strategies, like I recall back the slide. That means after you understand the advantage and disadvantages, then you can start to strategize. You can start to strategize how do you actually leverage on the technology. I mean, technology is very good, but then we also have to understand what is our resources and what we can do right now, because some of the technology might not fit us at right time. So maybe you can just well prepared. But right now, what we can leverage is all like IQI Atlas and the IQI Warriors trainings, and also like Zoom. I think with these three, you basically can do a very good sales process ready for right now. So I mean, yeah, that is my sharing today. So I hope that my sharing will give you some of the thought of the technology. Anyway, this is my experience. So I hope you guys can learn something today, and stay safe, guys, because the pandemic is not end yet. So I wish everyone to stay safe and to have a social distance habits, and also like wearing mask habits, so that you keep yourself safe and also your family safe. So all the best, guys. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Hi, I'm Yo, head of team in IQI Global. Being in real estate industry had always been an interesting part of my journey in life. I started as an amateur investor and wanting to know more. So I joined the industry as a novice negotiator around 9 years ago. Little did I know that my sheer decision led me to an eventful game changer in my career. Today, I am financially stable and had invested into a few good properties on my own with good returns. Well, if it wasn't for that moment when I took the courage to take a step forward, my life would never be what it is today, which brings us to my little topic I want to share today. So, do you find that perfectionism holds you back from being successful in life? Do you agree with me that you get that done is better than perfect? But despite your desire to do the very best work on anything you want to complete, trying to make it perfect actually ends up backfiring majority of the time. I could see two different outcomes though. The best case scenario, you turn a completed project feeling anxious about all the mistakes you've made and obsessed over the possible adjustment that would improve it. Worst case scenario, you buried in a mess of self-esteem and procrastination. Well, that doesn't feel good, does it? We justified it because it promotes meticulousness, dedication, and hard work. Despite this masterful cloak, perfectionism is a problem that prevents so many creative and intelligent people from showing their true capabilities, whether that be at school or at work. The cloak of meticulous productivity prevents us from seeing the true benefit of getting work completed without worrying about all the worst case scenario. Ultimately, if you want to succeed in life, you have to recognize that done is better than perfect. Thankfully, some of simple mindset shift can play a huge role in helping you or us justify why you shouldn't obsess over perfection. Done is better than perfect. In my years as a real estate negotiator, I had an enlightening experience that helped me realize that perfection isn't all it's cracked up to be. Excuse me. I had seen many negotiators wanting to perfect their sales pitch and knowledge about a new hot project. They put an ungodly amount of time trying to memorize and perfecting their presentations. Unfortunately, in their constant twiddling and tweaking of their presentation, trying to be flawless, hot selling units do not wait for anyone. By the time they are ready for some perfect action, the projects are already sold out. Hence, each time I recruit a newbie in my team, I will tell them, wait no more, just do it. Here are some points which I truly, want to get into action rather than to just make it perfect. Done gets result. Like I mentioned, some people are so wrapped up with their perfectionism, they probably had missed out tons of opportunities that lies ahead of them. Now think again, I believe that a just okay presentation would have a 50-50 chance of closing rather than a person who didn't even have a chance to do a single presentation. Even he set perfectly flawless sales pitch. Why? Because there was no presentation at all, and that would be 0 in closing. However, this is no excuse to quickly turn in sloppy work. One should put in effort to get good presentation with a chance to do some numbers of presentation rather than a perfect result with few chances or no chances. Second thing is that perfect creates paralysis. Stage fright exists because people worry they are going to make mistakes in front of other people. There is this fear that, if you aren't 100% perfect in your execution, you are going to freeze on stage for everybody to see and make fun of. Thus, people with stage fright avoid performing in front of others. Perfectionism is a lot like stage fright. People get so worked up and how others may perceive their work that they're unable to complete it. For some people, this look like procrastinations. They wait until they are confident to work on the project the best possible way. For others, well, this means they are unable to turn in their work due to anxiety. Not to mention people with perfectionistic traits have a tendency towards low self-esteem and defensiveness. Neither of these traits necessarily make you want to work hard and put yourself in front of other people. Well, bummer. And the third thing is, almost nobody will notice your mistakes. Everybody fears that a loudmouth would point you out your multiple grammatical mistakes because it's embarrassing to get the grammar lecture. The point is though, the majority of people will not even notice that you switched that present tense to past tense. By the way, did you notice I made some mistake along the way? You didn't, right? A handful of people may catch your to you are error, but in all honesty, if it's comprehensible, most people aren't going to care about the mistakes. If you are a strong enough writer to get your point through with your words, that is all matters. Hey, it's almost like singing a karaoke. It doesn't matter if you have the right key or pitch. All you need is to enjoy yourself, but just don't kill your friend's eardrum. That's it, simple. And the people, who are jerks about your error aren't the type of people you want in your life. People who truly cares will help you and point out tactfully. Don't get embarrassed. Instead, thank them for their willingness to help you make your work the best ever. Beyond that, you can never measure up to pleasing everybody on this planet. Your best, most valuable work may be revered by many, but you'll always find some who are quickly to disagree or find fault in your efforts. So, is it worth worrying about perfection in the end? Seriously? Or would you rather work your hardest to achieve your goal and your dreams, even if it means mistakes and failures happens? Some of the best lesson in life comes from hurt, pain, and heartache. As I always say, experience builds characters. And in summary, it is okay to want to do a good job, but relying on perfectionism is dangerous. Not only you are possibly creating significant barriers towards finishing projects, but you are making yourself miserable in the process. The concept of done is better than perfect is a mindset shift that doesn't happen overnight. But remembering how this is truly does for your well-being, it's a great start towards making positive change. So, is being best truly worth the stress, procrastination, frustration, envy, and any other negatives that come out of perfectionism? Absolutely not. Focusing on quality is wonderful, and you should do the best you can, but not at the expense of making yourself miserable. By choosing a path of getting things done and accepting mediocrity, you are taking care of yourself in your own distinct way. Striving for perfection isn't something you can get into. Eventually, it will burn you out every energy you have and realize that it's an impossible standard. So, done is better than perfect. Thank you for tuning in.
Hello everybody, welcome to Adapt Convention. I'm Danny Low, an international property consultant of GYIQI. Now, besides being a property consultant, I too run a blog called danny3.com with my friends to share things on investment, finance, and cryptocurrencies. Now, I believe that the term blockchain game captures a lot of attention nowadays, where we saw news of people making money out from, playing games, and we saw it, all over the internet. Some of the YouTube channels actually shows you guide, like how can you start making money from playing games. Okay, so today I will actually share with you one of the blockchain games that I personally invested in, and also I'm still playing it with my friends. And I will tell you how we actually generate income out from it. Now, before that, is there any gamers around here? Now, if you consider yourself a gamer or you like to play games, please type 1 on the chat. Okay, so we can actually know, how many gamers around. Okay, let's look at it. Yeah, please type 1 if you consider yourself a gamer or you like to play a game. Okay, we actually have a few of them. All right, thank you everyone. Now, the rise of blockchain games is mainly caused by this sentence, this 3-word. Play to earn. Okay, this 3-word. Play to earn. Now, in the traditional situation, we usually need to pay to play some games, right? because you need to buy the games, like PlayStation games, PC games, or Nintendo games. Okay, this is because it is mainly for entertainment purpose. Okay, so then as time goes by, we have people that actually earn money from competitive gaming. Okay, I think you guys will know that, this name called Counter-Strike or Dota. Okay, so they actually started the competitive gaming scene, which the whole new industry of esports actually rise from, competitive gaming. So along the way, we actually have YouTube and Twitch, where people actually upload videos of them playing the games and stream themselves playing games. So right now, esports itself as an industry already passed 1 billion this year. So the industry is growing, yeah. And of course, this is just esports itself, like, all the YouTube and streamings, those we did not really have a way to calculate how big it is. Okay, but of course, this is not for everyone because the fail rate in the industry is extremely high. You may need to put in months or years of effort before you can start earning a reasonable amount of money. Okay, this is considered as the top level of people that actually play games and earn money. Okay, so this is also why that a lot of people actually went into blockchain games, because the entry to start making money is way lower. Okay, let's put it this way: if you want to be a competitive gamer, you're gonna train very hard. Okay, some of them they start very young. Especially if you want to take part in the most famous competitive tournaments of Dota called the International, where the prize pool is easily over 30 or 40 million US dollars. You need to put in a lot of effort, and there's a lot of things going on. Okay, so blockchain games actually have a lower entry, and also it's much more stable, and also in the sense of consistency. Okay, but the amount of money that you will earn will be affected by the price of tokens or currencies that your game is tied with. Now, I will use Axie Infinity as an example, okay, because this is the game that I personally play with my friends. Okay, we started like since March or April, and a lot of people actually venture into this game, especially in the Philippines. Okay, it is something like a monster breeding and adventure game. So right now, I will actually share screen with you and I will explain to you about the game. Okay, so before that, I show you this news first. Like, this is from CNBC. The title is, people in the Philippines are earning cryptocurrencies during the pandemic by playing a video game. Now, we don't see this headlines often, yeah. This is around May this year. So how players breed, battle, and trade digital pets called Axies. They allow players to earn income through NFTs or cryptocurrencies. So there's a documentary on it. You can search around YouTube, and also there's a lot of news actually cover it, because in the Philippines, a lot of people is playing this game, to make a living out from it. So if you're interested, you can actually check it out. All right. So this is the front page of Axie Infinity. You see like a lot of cute little monsters over here. Okay, they are more like Pokemon. So over here, this is some of the achievements they actually made. Like they have 90,000 Ethereum traded in their in-house marketplace. And then one of the most expensive Axie is around 300 Ethereum. I'm talking about like one monster, yeah. So daily active players, we have 250,000. So that's actually quite a lot. Okay, so how do you play this game? Okay, very simple. Just treat it like this. You have a team of Pokemon-like monsters. Okay, this three. You need a team of 3. So basically, these are called Axies. So you need 3 monsters to start playing the game. Now, of course, then you can go for adventure, where it's mostly like battle type. So the stronger your axis is, you can earn more money out from it. Okay, it's just that simple. So you got adventure, arena battle, where you player versus player. So if you win in the arena, you get more income as well. Okay, and breeding. So for this game, right, the cryptocurrencies that they're using, the tokens, is called smooth love potions. So whatever you do in the game, like go for adventure or you go for player versus player in the arena, you want to breed axis. Okay, basically you have two axes, you want to breed another one, new one come out, just like how you breed chicken and chicken, they get eggs, right? So they all use smooth love potion. Now this is the price of smooth love potion right now. Okay, it's around 0.06 for one. Okay, we will call it SLP. So this is your main source of income. Okay, and through adventures you actually get a certain amount of it, and then through arena battle, if you win, you get certain amount of it. So it's just that. And of course, the thing about NFT blockchain games, right, is that you and I, we can be property owners. Okay, so you can see over here, this is called land. There's an item NFT called land. Okay, basically the whole world is like you have a forest, you have snow place, you have desert. Now I can actually own a piece of land over there. It's just like reality in property. Land is finite, right? Okay, so if I want to build a condo in KL area, okay, there are just limited plots of lands that I can choose from. So treat it this way. And for land, whatever people do on your land, right, you can actually get a part of the, I would say, royalty. So same as real life. If you want to play badminton in my badminton hall, you're gonna pay certain amount of fees. If you want to rent my house or you're gonna stay in my house, you're gonna pay rent. Okay, that concept is very similar to real life, and it's all finite. You cannot make new ones anymore. Okay, so these are the partners that Axie Infinity is working with. Okay, Ubisoft is a very huge AAA game developers. Okay, they are famous for their Assassin's Creed, Watch Dogs, Far Cry. Then, of course, Binance is one of the most well-known platform. Okay, and Samsung, of course. So now we will take a look at the Axie marketplace. Okay, because for you to start playing the game, you need 3 axes. Okay, a team of 3. So you can actually see the axes. Now the price can range from, this is the lowest for today. It's $44 US. Okay, up to few hundred US as well. Okay, you can see there's a lot of axes are being sold. Now the price of them is actually determined by the specialty or the stats they have. Like their health. Okay, the higher health means it's harder to kill them. Speed, skill, and morale. Okay, and then of course their body parts, which will actually influence their appearance and also their skills that they are using, or their perks or characteristics. Then you have abilities. Okay, all this comes randomly, so you can actually keep track, like which one that you really want, that can actually generate you more income. Because as I said, the stronger your Axie is, the more income you can get out from it. Okay, so these are the children and the parents, so you can actually keep track, which one is from where. Now, I will also explain on the land, right? Just now we talked about the land, right? It's more like a property that you own. Okay, so you can see a piece of land, the cheapest is actually $14,000 US. Yeah, it's just one dot. Yeah, just one dot itself. Then you have different environment. Of course, Genesis is one of the most expensive one. You can see this small plot of land actually is selling for $2.5 million. Okay, up to God knows how much people is willing to pay for this. So this one is selling for 46 million. Okay, yeah, it's very rare. And previously, a player bought it for 105 Ethereum. Okay, on March 12th. So before that, everything was actually quite cheap. Okay, because of the players. Okay, more people is getting into it. So therefore, a lot of the price is actually being checked out. So this is something that you need to pay attention if you plan to play any of the blockchain games. The starter will always have advantage, okay, because they started the whole game long time ago. So therefore, their investment is very cheap, and most of them, they actually get back a lot of money already, okay? Then, of course, in between, you have things like items to decorate your land or some bundles that you can actually buy it from. All this starts from 200 over US dollars. So pay attention on the investment you want to make. And of course, if you do not wish to invest so much, Axie got this very healthy community thing where you can actually choose to be a scholar. Okay, if you want to be a scholar, means that I have more than 10 Axies or what, I give you 3. You just do your daily adventure or arena for me. Then after that, I will share like profit sharing with you. Okay, maybe I take 60%, you take 40%. So you use labor and time to change for money. That works too, because the initial investment might be too high for everyone. So this is how you earn money from Axie's Infinity. You can farm your smooth love potions, or you can actually breed Axies to sell, just like breed and sell. Or you can own a piece of land where people, every time they use your land, to adventure on it, then you get something out from it, like a passive income. All right. It's actually very simple. It's nothing like rocket science in it. But of course, there will be more and more blockchain games coming out, right? So do pay attention to the developer team, because some might just be the scammers that are trying to make some quick buck. Initially, they will start selling certain packs or new, before launching. Okay, but then after that, the team will actually disappear. Okay, so do pay attention to it, because usually people, developers, they will actually start selling pre-sales item first. Okay, so they generate enough capital to develop the game. All right, and also remember this: the income is strictly player driven. So depending on the amount of players and the price of the token, so your initial investment may be higher if you're joining late, and also the period of time that you get back your investment will be slower as well. All right. So other than that, you can just jump on into any blockchain games that you find interesting enough for you. Okay, Axie Infinity is just one of the games that we actually play and invest into it. So you can actually search around the internet and always do your research before you jump into anything. Okay, now I think because our presentation time is pretty short, so thank you so much everyone for staying with me. And of course, if you want to know more information about it, you can always Google about the games and NFTs and blockchains. Okay, there's plenty of information. All right, if you're free, do drop by to my blog, okay, called danny3.com, TREE3. Okay, and thank you so much, GYIQI, for this fantastic convention. I'm pretty sure a lot of us, we learn a lot throughout the whole convention. And thank you so much once again. Okay, here Danny Low signing off. Thank you.
everyone, I'm Sabrin Farooqui, coming to you all the way from Sydney, Australia. Hope you're doing well. So it's very exciting to participate in this conference, and I'm really excited and happy to talk about a topic which is very close to my heart. And the topic I have chosen is personal development, because this is something I have always found very important in my life, and I think it is very important for everyone's life. And so I was actually thinking about what I will cover, or what I will address when I'll talk about personal development. And then I was wondering what happened in my life, what I found very important in my life, and what worked. Because if I share some of my experiences, that may help you in life. So I hope that will help you. So let's talk about a couple of things which I found really, really important, and that is part of personal development. So first of all, I think people struggle a lot with time management. And this is something I'd like to address, because this is something I'm confident about, although there are areas of improvement in my life when I talk about time management. But still, I have come a long way in terms of managing time, and I've done better than before. So time management is very important. Now, why is it important? Because if we can't manage the time, if we don't have a control on our daily life in terms of time management, we won't be able to achieve anything. And if we are always tense, if we are always stressed out about what to do, when to do, then we can't go anywhere. So it is very important that we take certain decisions and follow some rules when we talk about the time management. So what are some of the things? Now, in this modern era, in this modern year of social network, or what is it called? All the Facebooks and everything, social media, it's very important to avoid distractions, because it is so easy, and it's so easy for me and everyone else to be distracted by social media. So I was doing something this morning. I was actually thinking about, what to say in today's speech. And then suddenly I got distracted with the Twitter. So news came up and I kept scrolling, and, time just flew. So I lost around 20 minutes there. So I had some different plan that time. So definitely avoid distraction. Then I think prioritizing your work, how to prioritize what you want to achieve today. Let's say today is Sunday. Achievement is not always work related. It can be related to anything. So about myself, I'll say that, I have full-time job. I have a young family with a young child. Then I have other career. I work voluntarily for disadvantaged people. So I have different aspects of life. Now, every day I wear different hats, and every time it's a different work. But which one do I want to achieve? What are the priorities for today? It can be related to one of my works, or it can be related to my family. It can be related to my leisure. Maybe today I just want to listen to music, or I want to, try different recipe. So that can be my goal for today. And I can divide the day accordingly. So let's say I want to do this. So basically, trying to find out what you want to do, trying to find out the objective of today. So set out your mission. I'm very, very much fond of writing things. So I'm not still, I use mobile and computers for all reasons, but I love to write and jot down what I want to do. So in terms of time management, first of all, I basically fix up my goal of what to do today, tomorrow, the weekdays. And so I plan for the whole week. That's how I work. And then I divide it. Then I make the short-term goal. What is my goal for today? What is my goal for this morning? So this morning I have to take my son to extracurricular activity, come back home, talk to a couple of clients, and then I will do the cooking, and then I will, have some family commitments. So I'm talking about this is the weekend routine. But there are other routines, so definitely fix up your goal, prioritize your work, which one is more important, which one you want to do. So let's say you have let's say 4 small works that you can do very quickly. Then you can do that one so that you just tick the box and it is done and you feel pretty confident that you have done it. So depends on how you want to prioritize. It can follow the deadline. It's up to you. Sometimes it follows deadlines. Sometimes it depends on the amount of work. Maybe it is just a 5 minutes work and you're done. So prioritize your work. Fix up your goal for today or long-term goal, like what you're going to do next 7 days. Avoid distraction and try to find out and ask yourself the thing you are doing, whether you're really passionate about doing, or this is something you want to do, or it is just you're busy. I know many people say, oh, I'm busy, everyone is busy. Yes, it is absolutely true. Everyone is busy, but what are you busy with? So whether you are busy, just being busy, or you are actually doing something you want to do. I'm not saying that something always has to be related to work. No, it's not that. I'm not saying it. But that something should be related to what you want to do. Now, some people love to buy online, let's say, do shopping online. This is something the person wants to do. But if he or she is not doing it and doing something else, and at the end of the day say, oh, I'm so busy, I can't do things, and whinge and procrastinate, that doesn't help. So time management in terms of fixing up the goal, setting up the priority, and then avoiding distraction, and maybe giving some reminder to yourself. That will help. If you want, like for me, I don't need reminder, because I think this is something, these are the 4 works I will do, and I will do that. That is how I work. But if you need a reminder, definitely go ahead with the reminder. So these are some of the tips I wanted to share about time management. Let's go to the next topic, and that is basically confidence development. All right, now we are moving to the next topic, which is confidence development. I love to talk about this topic because this is something I really consider very important. This is something I learned through my experience and through my journey, that unless you feel confident about your work, it is very hard to achieve something. So I will share my personal experience. When I was really young, I always used to feel shaky about anything I used to do. And I always used to ask myself, oh, can I do it? Like I always used to talk to myself, oh, I can't do it, and this is not my cup of tea. It is now I'm in a stage in my life when I think, no, well, I still ask my question, can I do it? But the answer comes, okay, let's try. And because the answer has changed over a period of time, and the reason is I have developed confidence about myself. And that's why I think, okay, let's at least try and let's see what happens. So, and that's how I develop my confidence. So I'll share my journey with you. So I didn't see any role model very closely in my life, but I was surrounded by lovely family who were always encouraging. So whenever I used to achieve a very small thing, they used to appreciate me. And this builds your confidence. So if you have someone around you, I would suggest you to, praise that person for a small achievement. Even praise yourself for your small achievement. It will help you to develop your confidence. Because when you know, okay, I have achieved let's say 10%, I have the ability to achieve more. So that is how you can move forward, and finally you can achieve 100. So pat yourself on your back and clap for yourself if you have achieved a very small thing. So that is one strategy of confidence development. Another very important thing is surround yourself with positive people, because whenever you hear there are friends and family members like that, you know, who will always pull you down, say, oh, you can't do it. Oh, why do you have to do it? Do you have time? Relax. You know, all those sort of things you will hear all the time. But yes, we all have those sort of people. We can't get rid of them. But it is very important that you surround yourself by people who are encouraging, who are motivating. And it is very important as well to basically know people who are in a position in the life where you want to be in. So this is also very important, that you have some role models in your life. And the time management I covered just a few minutes back, that is very much related to confidence development, because when you manage your time properly, then you will have the confidence, okay, I have done it, I'll be able to do it, and I can do more. So time management, efficient time management, is very important for everyone to develop confidence. So that is another part. Think positive, and always think positive about what you are going to do. And negative thoughts are always there, but how about we think positive and try to do things that will actually enhance your confidence. For example, read good books, then listen to maybe motivational videos. There are good videos out there. If you think there are certain things you want to develop, for example, I consciously worked on my confidence development because that was my lacking in my life. So I tried to do where my weakness was. So I wanted to achieve something which I never had, and I kept working on it. So I tried to find out a way that will help me to achieve that confidence. So I kept working on it. So it is very important that you find out your mission and you find out what you want to achieve. And in that way, you can actually develop some strategies to develop your confidence. And yes, get up properly. So then, you should dress up properly. You should talk, keep smiling. Then these things will actually develop your relationship with other people. And you'll be, then it will take us to the next topic of networking. So when you talk, if you feel that you are actually putting positive impression on other people, it will automatically help you to develop confidence. Believe me, it works. So that will take me to the next topic and the last topic I'd like to cover today, and that is networking. So, yep. All right, and this takes me to the last point of the importance of networking. Now, this is something, well, I'm from South Asia. My background is I was born and brought up in Bangladesh. The word networking was something I was not familiar with back in my country. And I used to love to talk to people, but I didn't know that there is a term called networking and what the purpose was for that term. So, but I learned it when I started my career, when I started my professional life. I saw the importance of networking. What is it? So basically, it is basically developing connection with people. Now, who are those people? Those are the people probably you want to work with or you want to associate to. So these are the people you are developing a relationship. Sometimes it is job related, like you want to get certain job and then you develop relationship. Now, how do you do it, and what are the key important things here? For networking, a very important point is basically putting yourself out there. So you cannot just sit home and think that, all right, I'll have more network, I'll know more people. It doesn't work that way. So you have to go out there. You have to be out there to know more people. I have seen hesitation in many people when they talk to someone. It is very natural. It is not very easy thing. Networking is not very easy. It is actually very hard thing to do. But once you start practicing it, it becomes very easy. So it is basically having genuine interest in people, talking to people. So when you see a new person, let's say, you talk to the person and introduce yourself and know about that person and show genuine interest and listen. Listening is something we don't have that skill. But this is really important. We need to listen to that person rather than focusing on what I want to achieve. So let's say I want to have a network with people from my industry, okay? But just keep it aside for some time when you talk to people. So when you talk to people, just listen to that person with genuine interest and develop a relationship. The other person you're talking to will automatically understand whether you're listening or not. So it is really important that you listen to that person and follow up the relationship. So let's say I met with someone, and if I go home and I forget, that means I forgot. So the relationship doesn't continue. The networking involves a continuation of relationship. You can exchange your business card or number, or you can follow the person in the social media or connect. You know how the LinkedIn and Twitter, these things are there, or Facebook. So these help actually people to develop the network, especially LinkedIn when it is a professional network. So you talk to the people, and you can actually start doing networking by some voluntary works. If you are a very introvert sort of person, you hesitate to talk to people, how about you do some voluntary work? Go and do some voluntary work in your community with small things on weekends. This will give you an opportunity to talk to unknown people, and that is something we need to do. So we should start developing the relationship. We should start the habit of talking to people we don't know. So that will really help you to develop the confidence and develop the relationship. And so we can continue from there, and smile a lot when you talk. I mean, not unnecessarily, but having a positive attitude when you talk. Keep the eye contact. Very important thing. Be approachable and feel free to talk to someone. And obviously you have to read people's face. If someone doesn't want to talk, definitely you won't like to talk to that person, but that is not the case with everyone. So try to read people's face and body language, and have a positive body language as well. So body language is really very important. So you will see, I have seen many people who used to hesitate a lot about networking, they gradually improve with the practice. So these are the 3 points I wanted to cover under personal development. There are so many things I'd love to say, but maybe next time. And my contact details must be there in the conference details, but feel free to contact me on other social medias. So I have a website as well, sabrinfarooqui.com.au. If you want to contact me, please feel free. Stay safe. Take care. Bye-bye.
thank you for joining me in on today's conversation. So today's conversation is centered around the impact of the digital economy on all of us right now. My name is Caroline Fernandes, and I like to view myself as a social change maker, and I'm very happy, I'm delighted to be here with the rest of the speakers and with you, our community here today. So, you know, the pandemic has kind of shown us in a very, very real way some of the impact that the digitization of the workplace is doing and the kind of impact it's having on all of us. In the US at the moment, there is something called the Great Resignation that's going on. So it's not just about unemployment as it relates to the pandemic, but it's also about people leaving jobs. And how is all this connected to the digital landscape in workplaces? Well, in about 5 to 10 years of a horizon from now, there are studies from the World Economic Forum to LinkedIn that has sent out a recent report, as well as a McKinsey report recently submitted that shares that anywhere between about 30 to 40% of our working population are not going to find their current roles to be relevant in the next decade. So what does that mean? And what do we do about this redundancy? The number of skilled workers that are coming out also seems to be a lot less. Companies like Amazon, JP Morgan, Walmart have shown some initiative when it comes to responding to these changes by investing a lot of money. So Amazon is investing about $700 million. JP Morgan is following suit with about $350 million, and Walmart with about $2 billion US, all in the name of training and upskilling for not just existing employees because they want to help them move with the company and with the market, but also for new entrants, new employees in terms of soft skills and essential skills. And part of these reports have also revealed that over 800 million people in the US and 15 countries, 15 of the core countries that come under the EU have reportedly to be out, and they're not part of the labor market. And 100 million people actually state that they want more work, they want to work more. So what does this mean? This means that there is a lot of underutilization of the current workforce. And what this also means is that while there is a lot of focus on people who are out of jobs, they're unemployed and either looking for jobs and upskilling, there's also less amount of focus when it comes to underutilization of human capital. And today's current youth who are employable, there is a report, part of the report that says that 75 million youth are not currently working. And to drill down even further in this space of people, we find that there's a huge lack of women who can work but who are not actively driving the economy, and this number falls in the tune of over 600 million fewer women when compared to men. And when you look at this, these kind of data points, some of the suggestions around them is that if each and every country around the globe can start to look at some of the best practices and winning strategies that their neighbor countries, the ones that are fast to improve on gender parity, are taking on, we can actually push the global GDP to $12 trillion in the next 3 to 5 years. Something else to consider, and we probably already know this, but to call our attention to, is that AI and robotics, while the usage of it within businesses has increased, and this has resulted in an increase in productivity, it also has had a downside to workers and employees as it relates to work, pay, and the nature of work itself. So when you think about this, more and more companies are going to start to look at remote work. More and more companies and businesses are going to start to look at temp labor. And while the upside for these companies is that they get access to a wide and growing pool of virtual work across the globe, what this means on the flip side is that if there is an employee out there who's switching into a temp role or gig work, the downside is the volatility in terms of their pay, poor social protection, and even being able to look at the kind of income that's coming in. So these are some of the larger emerging trends that are being revealed by and by on platforms and even on forums where you will find people talking about this and asking questions about it. So while I have spoken and introduced part of this conversation that speaks largely to the kind of challenges that we are facing, the kinds of things, no matter whether we're talking about the city of Mumbai to Manchester, these are things that are felt, they're real, and it's not just people who are in jobs, but it is also businesses, it is economies that are feeling the impact of this. And like I mentioned in the beginning, owing to the pandemic, it's only pushed these kinds of trends further for us to observe and start to reflect on. And deeper into this reflection, I want to propose two pathways that we can start to think about and reflect on for the way forward, because there is it's a known tendency that for us as humans, the only times we really start to think about change or really start to make changes in our lives individually, on an individual level or on a collective level in communities, societies, and countries and across the globe, is when we tend to experience a shock, something in terms of adversity or a challenge where we're kind of shaken to a point where we have to think of, and we're forced into looking at alternate ways forward. And that's really where I believe the digital economy is going to serve as a very powerful way forward, because while a lot of times businesses as well as people may not be looking at it right now, especially if you're already employed, and there's this assumption that nothing could go wrong. It's always a lot more prudent and advisable to think of a 3 to 5 to 10 year horizon and start to understand what your role and my role and all of our roles and responsibilities can be in terms of moving ourselves directionally in a way where we can be more impactful and find a lot more meaning versus something that comes our way and we have to think about it as a reaction. So the two pathways that I want to kind of present, given that we're talking about the digital economy, given that we're talking about the pandemic and the possibility of how these things are guiding and directing our businesses, our earning power, and the economy at large, is for you and myself as individuals, and also for the system. And the system comprises of businesses, governments, educational institutions, and trade unions. So for an individual watching in, if you are an employee or you are a job seeker looking out for a job, or you're probably transitioning from one place or one role into another, some of the things to consider is, LinkedIn has revealed this recent report where they've studied 15 countries across the globe to reveal that over the next 5 years, there are going to be over 150 million new jobs that will be created. But who is going to take these jobs? Who is going to be the kind of candidate that's right for these kind of jobs? Which brings me to the next point. The kind of sectors, the kind of specific roles that are showing so much more promise, given that we have been in a lockdown, given that many companies have either shut, consolidated, or had been forced to let go of people or let go of parts of their business because of relevance, is around the fact that over 80% of employers are going to start to hire remotely. And what this means is that the digital space, roles in IT, roles in data analytics, and even other sectors like sales and social media, podcasting, medical writing and research, as well as life coaching, are some other areas for us to consider. For a lot of us, it may not even, the starting point may not even be to jump right into it, but to kind of dip your toes and look at it as a side hustle, look at it in parallel with your existing roles, so that you have a taste of it, you have a blended mix of bringing in your expertise and your experience. I know a lot of times people tend to wonder how that's even possible, but there's something called transferable skills, and if you read more about it and you start to understand, you know that there are several skills that we hone and we harness in our past lives, if you will, our past roles, our past jobs, our past careers, that have the power and the tendency to permeate through emerging roles. And that might be another point to consider for all of us if we are transitioning, especially changing sectors altogether. So upskilling is going to be a huge one. Online training, finding great networks and mentors who can guide and support you. And this is a very strong point and something close to my heart, because that's the kind of project that I sort of drive. Our work is largely focused on enabling people to think deeply about upskilling, to think deeply about cross-cultural networks that they can build. And this has been a strong point for me because for me, building a network largely on LinkedIn across nations has provided so much of value in terms of relationships, guidance, advice, collaborations, especially with the current project that we're working on. I have people from different parts of the globe, and that's what it's all about, because in the future, you don't have to be a part of huge multinational to feel into a cross-cultural sort of an ethos for your working culture. Now, while talking about individuals, I also want to bring attention to the systemic involvement that is businesses, academia, trade unions, who are also feeling the impact of the pandemic and the whole digital landscape and what that means. So while there is an upside to having a lot of the supply chain and a lot of the work that becomes non-manual or becomes digitized, if you will, some of the other things for businesses to consider early on is to future-proof workplaces. And McKinsey, as a report, talks about this very, very powerfully in 3 phases. The first phase is all about scoping. So in the scope, what businesses can do is to start to pay attention to emerging job market trends, finding out in communities and fora and, part of, higher, excuse me, higher level conversations to understand the direction of the market. And this is going to be important because it's one thing to look at the outside of a business, and then the other part to this story is to then sit back and analyze sincerely where the business is and how, ready, what's the level of readiness for the business to deliver amidst changing times like this. So that's the first phase. And then the second phase is about shaping. So shaping is all about being able to craft out those roles and understand how it connects back to the vision and mission, and to be able to also start to design the entire upskilling plan for people to up-level their own delivery, up-level their own connect back to the business as well as to the market demands. And then the third phase is about shifting, where you start to see businesses adapt. And I know that the summit is termed adapt, and that's such a powerful word. And I think that's probably, the central theme in this conversation as well, because I think our ability to adapt will probably be one of those pillars of mindset tools that we will need to continue to develop and access through such times. Some other final thoughts are around private-public partnerships, particularly when it comes to things like businesses which largely have just and rely on a broadband connection and a web page, but they need better infrastructure, probably to consider ICT applications like cloud computing, radio frequency identification, and really be able to look at things that will help them create their digital footprint through branding. And this can only happen when governments start to think about how they can support businesses and how they can support businesses to up-level and adapt through these changes. And the last important point around this is around entrepreneurship. I believe that the more equipped we are as either as entrepreneurs or with our startups, having the right support system, having the right sort of support when it comes to being able to thrive and to fail, being able to provide and foster a much more positive culture and a cultural attitude, if you will, towards risk. I think these are some other things that we can start to consider collectively, so that we're all working together, helping each other, and thereby also being able to help ourselves. So I'd love to hear your thoughts around your own perspective on the digital economy. How is it you are driving your growth through this? What is it? In what ways are you supporting others? And write to me. I'm available on LinkedIn as Caroline Cares, and I'd love to hear your comments, your thoughts. And as I close today, I want to again thank the organizers for inviting me into this wonderful experience. I believe that it's summits and conferences such as this and many others that I am happy to participate in, that allow us to come together, build community, and or build so much more awareness around possibility. So thank you so much, and I look forward to your comments. Bye-bye.
this is my first ADAPT conference sharing. So my name is Jayden, and I'm from Malaysia, and I'm 23 years old this year. So first of all, I don't know, many of you haven't heard of me before, so I'll introduce myself shortly. So I came from a middle class family, and then I am an entrepreneur. Before this, I was a pilot with Asia Airlines in Malaysia. I was a commercial pilot. I just done my commercial pilot license, and then just last year, at the end of last year, I became jobless that time. So right now, this year alone, I managed to, achieve a very outstanding result, I can say. So, I get to share here with you guys of my stories of anti-fragility. Anti-fragile. So this is a mindset I'm trying to share with you guys, because during this pandemic for 2 years, many of you, like me, for myself also, may be facing a huge problem in our life of how to continue our livelihood. Because many of you might be jobless just like I did. Okay, so this is what I want to share with you guys. So at the beginning of this year, I encountered numerous incidents happen in my life. It's my lowest time in my life ever. So I'm jobless that time, and then at the same time, I'm just 23, and my mom just 40-something. She's been diagnosed third stage of breast cancer as well at the same time. And one of my relative, my very close relative, I have accident also passed away at that time. And then the last thing is, I have a crash of an accident that time also. So all happened at once, all the things happen at once. So many people ask me, hey, how do you manage to get up again every time when you get bogged down, when you get hit, when you get dragged, So how I manage? This is a theory I've been using all my life, or I've been discovered recently. It's anti-fragility. What does this mean, anti-fragility? Later I'll share with you, but first of all, I want to share with you guys a black swan theory. So what is black swan means? Because normally the colors of the swan is white color. So black swan is one of a kind. What is black swan event? It means just like 911 event in America happened in 2001. It's one of the black swan event in the history as well. Because we have never encountered, the airplane crash into the highest building at the time. Okay, so this is one of the event that the incident is totally unpredictable by our human, by me, by you. So when that incident, black swan incident happened, the world will get frustrated, the world economy will get affected, a big effect on it. Because why? Because people like to predict. The things goes just like we think it is supposed to go. But then when this kind of black swan event happens once, just like COVID also, black swan event also, it happens, then the world will change entirely. The game will change entirely. Our life will change entirely. Okay? So later I will tell you how does it relate black swan event to this anti-fragile theory that I'm going to talk about right now for you. Okay? So what is anti-fragile? So there's three, I will use a very simple metaphor to tell you what does anti-fragile mean. So there's three types of objects here. This paper, and then the second thing will be glass, the third thing will be ping pong ball. So you see, fragile is mean by like a paper. You crash it, you break it, it's easily breakable. It's so fragile. So the middle thing is what? The middle thing will be glass. Does glass, strong? Yeah, it is strong, it is durable. Okay, it's durable, but when you let it go from 30 meters above the land, it will get broken easily. It's not fragile, it is strong, it is durable, but it is easily breakable as well. So the thing I'm trying to explain to you today is anti-fragility. This theory will shape your mind stronger than what is meant by tough, what is meant by durable. It's anti-fragile, which is ping pong. So when you let go from 30 meters, you let go of the ping pong ball, it will hit the ground, you will go to the bottom, and then if you get back up, even when you let go at 60 meters, like 30 meters, when you let go it will even jump back up higher as compared to 30 meters. So this is anti-fragile mindset. What does it mean? It's like we don't anticipate good things or bad things to be happen in our life, because World is unpredictable. As always, it is unpredictable in our life. It's just like COVID. We never predict it. How does we acquire this kind of mindset, anti-fragile in our life, in our mindset? To think that everything will be happen out of our way. We can't control anything in our life. Another metaphor for you guys, a cat and a washing machine. In life, 90% people in our humankind are working like a washing machine. Just go turn around and turn around. People tend to think it will keep on be rotating like this, just like a washing machine. We are just like a clothes in the washing machine. Washing machine is the whole society. Whole society, and we are human beings just like the clothes inside there. It's just being spinning around. Okay? So what if one day a black swan event happened, the plug of the electronic plug is being plugged out. So will the machine keep going on? No, it will stop. So your whole world will be crumbled down. The whole society will be crumbled down. So this is what normally happens in our society these days, especially during COVID. You can be notified. A very significant effect. What we're trying to do is trying to be a cat. Cat even stronger or tougher than elephant. Why? We're trying to throw the elephant. Same theories go here. Probably its leg broken, I will be dead. But what if you put a cat in a 300 meters higher floor and then let go the cat? Of course, it will drop into the bottom, but then it will jump back higher. So you see, why does people say cat have 9 lives? Because cat has a very, very good flexibility with its body, you know. So we try to be like a cat, like a spring, be like a water, be flexible. So this is why we call it anti-fragility. So actually, it's been a long time since we are born that time. The whole world is teaching us to be fragile. Even though your mom and father tell you, you need to be tough, but the whole mechanism in this world is trying to tell you, you need to be fragile. For example, our education system always tell you, you need to go to kindergarten, middle school, high school, universities. It's just like a path for you already. You can't anticipate, once I finish middle school, I will go to high school. When I go to high school, I will go to uni. It's been the route that been laid down by the government, by your parents. So you can anticipate, predict anything in your life. But then does life goes like this way? It won't, right? In your subconscious, it leads to, when you're getting older, when you work that time, you will try to select a path which bring securityness to you. The things that you can predict. Like I work 10 years, I get the increment, how much I get. So this is what we as a human trying to do normally. But then if like you have a very good personality which is anti-fragility, you can accept in your life full of uncertainties. Like some of our entrepreneurship, people that have entrepreneurship kind of material, you will embrace all of uncertainties in your life. From there, from the uncertainties, you can improve even better. So this is what we try to mention here. Uncertainties can lead to improvement. Okay, so there's a story, there's an experiment. There's 2 siblings. They're born at the same time, 2 siblings. So they're living in the same living environment, same background, same education and all. But then when they get older, their career path is different. One become a taxi driver, one become an office worker. So the result in school getting better, one turn out into office workers, and then another one turn out to become a taxi driver. But then if you ask me, the experience shows what do you think? The taxi drivers, like for whole life income will be higher or office workers? So the result, quite surprisingly, is taxi driver. You know why? Because office workers work for a whole day long. The salary is being fixed. But for the taxi driver, it won't fix. Maybe today they don't have income at all. Maybe tomorrow, for the customer, they book this taxi driver for a day long or for 30 days, for a month. So who knows? So the income will be more flexibilities. And then you see, what if COVID happened? Maybe the office workers just know how to work in office. What if this office worker get fired already? Will he has the capabilities to do other works? But if you ask me, the taxi driver, yes. If today, like COVID time, nobody take taxi anymore, he can do a lot of other things because he already get used to the flexibilities or uncertainties in life. He got the mindset to accept this kind of thing happen. Okay? Another thing is a very, very good metaphor for this anti-fragility concept as well. It's called turkey theory. During Christmas Eve, the thing we eat, turkey theory. Okay, so you see, we as a human, we just like a turkey. Since he's born, the master will keep on feeding him the food and water and things are given, the house to live in. Turkey will feel very thankful for his master, very thankful. He thinks like things will go well as always. Every day I don't need to work very hard. Also I got food, I got water, I got shelter to be living in. But turkey doesn't know. Why does the master do this kind of thing? Because at the end, before the Thanksgiving day, he'll be killed. He doesn't know this. He doesn't know the world is full of uncertainties. Because in his mind, he tried to be a certain life, He tried to be, every day I got food to eat, I'm very happy again. But he doesn't know, before the day of Thanksgiving, he'll be killed by his master, to his friends, to consume. He doesn't know. So this is a metaphor. It's just like a washing machine in our life. We try to do things routinely. We try to think that if we do things routinely, it will have the same reward to us. But sometimes it doesn't go that way. What it doesn't go that way, with your life, with your world, we crumble down. You will be very despair. This is the thing you need to ask yourself. Our mother nature is the very good example of anti-fragile. Because it's been thousands of decades. Mother nature has been keep on changing. Like the extinct of the dinosaur, the extinct of the very big elephant, I don't know what it's called. But the extinction of many things leads to the bigger and stronger mother nature. It leads to that. We are meant to be anti-fragile human. We are meant to be anti-fragile. It's just like a very famous quote that mentioned by Steve Jobs. Stay hungry, stay foolish. Okay, what does it mean? It means that always be curious, always be hungry and foolish about every new thing in our life. Don't try to seek toward a fixed path to be lived in. You are no longer living in that sense. So there's two curves to prove whether you are doing the right thing, whether you have this anti-fragile personality within you. Okay? One curve is a smiling face curve. That means at the top is what you get. You get a lot, but then you suffer a little, and then you will get back down. So this is anti-fragile because once you get to the bottom, you will immediately get back up to gain, to learn more. Or another path is called the set curve. Okay, that means you get little, but then you suffer a lot, but then you're still not willing to get back up. Just like office worker, just like we call it zombie life. Is like we doing everything the same all along the day. What we pay is the same effort, but then we'll be happy. You still feel suffering. You still feel there's not enough for me. And then even when COVID hits, I get unemployed. I feel more miserable. This is what we are trying to say: anti-fragility. So actually, at the end of this topic, anti-fragility, how to test whether you are really living your life to the fullest, you are really living your life, like really embracing your life. You need to ask yourself, how long have you been in the change? Or how long have you never changed your life? Or are you still working in the same way 24/7 all day long, every day, keep repeating, and then asking the same thing to yourself, why I am being stuck here? Are you a glass? Are you a paper? Or are you a ping pong? So, you can be very strong, you can be very durable just like glass, but then when black swan event happen, you get cracked, you get split just like glass. But if you have the capability of being a ping pong, anti-fragility kind of characteristic, any black swan event, any COVID event happen in your life, you still get back up very easy, even higher. Because what doesn't kill you, make you stronger. So I hope you enjoy my session today. Please, maybe you want to follow me, Jayden, or you can, search it on my Instagram and Facebook. I will keep on posting some, more mentally helpful information to you. See you guys around. Thank you. Have a nice day.
a Bangladesh-based early childhood development center. Today, I will talk on the impact of impact of prolonged screen time on child and its management. Today, it's very much difficult for us to think our everyday life without using electronic gadgets. Electronic gadgets like mobiles, computers, tablets, laptops, etc. So our social life is highly dependent on those. While we are using those devices, what we are doing, we pass it. Sometimes we pass it to the very younger one of the family, our child, without understanding the risks. We provide all those things for several reasons, for their education, for their entertainment, or sometimes we just ensure that they are doing or they are performing a certain task. So we provide them as a bribe. We let them to keep those devices for a longer time without just understanding the risks. So there are several risks associated with the prolonged screen time. So what are those? Let me share with you. Yes, the risks are, okay. You can see when a child is using electronic gadget for a longer time, he or she is blinking more often, and it is the result of dry eye. And he is complaining more often about having headache, about straining on eye, and he may come up with a blurred vision. In this photo, you can see that a child is holding a mobile in his hand and laying down in a position that is not that much comfortable. And while he is keeping that position for a longer time, what will happen? He will feel pain in neck, in his wrist and elbow, which is a result of musculoskeletal problem. And studies have found out that more screen time is related or linked with less sleep. So when your child is watching or using electronic devices more, then there is a less production of melatonin. Melatonin is a hormone that helps us to sleep better. So therefore, when the production is less, there is less sleep or less quality sleep. When a child is using electronic devices, he or she mostly watches animated movies or animated stories, and animation does everything on behalf of a child. Everything means the thinking portion. He completes the thinking portion on behalf of a child. So which results in lower exercise of brain muscles, and ultimately results in lower cognitive skill. Infobesity. It happens when we are gaining our loads of information from different sources. So it's just like as harmful as obesity. When obesity occurs, what happens? We may face different kinds of health-related problems. Infobesity is that much harmful as like obesity, as it creates restlessness and different other developmental delays. Yes, developmental delays. I have told you earlier that I have told you about one segment that cognitive skill is highly harmed with a prolonged screen time. But there are other developmental delays and that can also occur. So what are those? When a child is watching more and more electronic gadgets, so what will happen? He will do less exercises. He will perform less activities. So therefore, his or her physical growth will be hampered. That will result in less fine motor and gross motor development, and her social skills also will be hampered, as sometimes we can say that there are many child who can speak, but they don't like to speak with the outsiders. They only talk about their needs. And speech delay is highly associated with this, with the prolonged screen time. Studies also suggest that in this. But there are some benefits as well. So what are those? Child's come up with better speaking, listening, and creativity skills when they use those electronic devices, and they can learn with their own. When they watch something, when they watch movie or a story or a rhyme, they can learn with their own without our involvement. And it also helps to stimulate their senses. Their auditory senses will be improved. Their visual sense will be improved. And there are several other games that will help or that will result in improved hand and eye coordination. And there are different kinds of educational apps. With those educational apps, with the help of those educational apps, a child can learn better. So after knowing about the risks and the benefits, we can make a balance. So what are those? There are several guidelines through which we can maintain a balance and ensure our child's development to the fullest. So what are those? The first guideline, the first recommendation from me is we need to use a larger screen and a proper sitting arrangement while we allow a child to watch something. So in this photo, the chair is kept far away from TV, and it is recommended that when a child is watching television, you should keep it 8 to 10 feet away from your child's eye. And when he or she is watching a mobile, you should keep it at least 3 feet away from your child's eye. And that is the safe arrangement. Okay. So you need to keep your gadget to a distant place so that your child, your younger one, will not able to grab it. Parental monitoring and intervention. This is very much needed before giving a electronic device to a child. A basic orientation is needed. Basic orientation on his or her safety, that how he or she can keep a footprint, a digital footprint. So we need to talk about that, and we need to set some rules that when he or she is allowed to use those, what is the duration. So after sitting together, you can build up, or you can set that rules. And you can always ask about what they're watching or what they're seeing. And sometimes in those devices, you can provide age-appropriate programs when you don't want your child to expose in a world in that there are many other information that you don't think those are required. So you can keep certain videos or certain applications in those devices, so that your child can only use those programs or those applications and those videos, and can see those videos. Okay, so when we want your child to be interactive and to engage, or to active more, to engage in different kinds of physical activities, you can add your screen time with those activities, such as when you want your child to cook or prepare a dish, you can let him watch a cooking video, and after that you can request him to prepare a dish. in that way, you can also request your child to dance or to do some exercise. Storytelling might be associated with showing fixed images. I have told you that animation is not healthy. So when you are showing something to your child, or when you're telling a story to your child, it should be it is very healthy when you show them fixed images. Then there will be a scope for them to think about it, to think about the whole matter. In that way, the creativity will be enhanced. Their cognitive skill will be enhanced. Children learn by observing. So always remember that a child is a very quick learner, and he is learning every day by copying from the outsiders, from you, from the surroundings. So be a role model. What results or what activities you want to see your see in your child. At first you need to practice them with their own, and then you can request them. So studies also suggest us that as a child's usage of electronic devices usage is highly related with the parents' electronic usage. So it is highly recommended that you should restrict your usage. Therefore, a child will also restrict their usage or limit their usage. So other than this, what we can do, we can co-watch a certain movie or certain program. In that way, we can also not only monitor, but also will interfere and also provide a scope to think over the matter. Just asking, can you please tell me more about your favorite character? Hey dear, I'm not getting this properly. Can you please tell me or can you please explain me a bit about your favorite program? So in that way, you can enhance her thinking ability. And there are, I have told you several guidelines, but yes, there is no straightforward rules, but those are guidelines. So I believe if we follow those guidelines, we can restrict the risks, and we can ensure a better childhood for our child. So we can ensure a healthy environment, a healthy technological environment for our child, and hope for the best. That's all from me. Bye.
It has been so much fun to give out all these amazing prizes that we just cannot stop. So, here's the next question. The current AI technology that Tesla uses for its cars is based on unsupervised machine learning. Is this true or false? Same mechanics as previously. Key in your answer after you scan the QR code and you might be the lucky winner of this prize.
This is a brand new story, a time for love to reach out, to heal, to be set free.
This is a turning moment, new challenges we're faced together. It's time to rise.
Open your eyes and look up to the sky.
Open your mind and you will be free.
Just be yourself and always know that I'll be here.
I'll never let you go. I'll never let
never broken for life, for you and I. Open your eyes and look up to the sky.
Open your mind and you will be free.
Just be yourself and always know that I'll be here. I'll never let you go, I'll never let you down, and I won't let you walk down this road alone. I'll never let you go, I'll never let you down, and I won't let you walk all alone. Give your hand to me, look ahead and see there is hope that's right through the door. All your energy shining bright and free, running on for love, changing lives.
Never let you go, never let you down.
And I won't let you walk down this road alone.
I'll never let you go, I'll never let you down.
And I won't let you walk all alone.
Give your hand to me, look ahead and see there is hope that's right through the door.
All your energy shining bright and free, running on for love, changing lives. This is a brand new story, a time to love, to reach out, to heal, to be set free.
It is the end of day 2 of Adapt 2021. Hit us up in the comment section what your biggest takeaway from today is. It'll be super interesting to read up the comments. See you again tomorrow, same time, same channel.